I'm muted! I'm muted! You're right. I'm muted. Cause I was gonna mute myself. Cause. God damn it. I was just saying it's really bright back there. It looks so bright. It's not that bright, but it looks really bright. I was wondering if I should turn on the gamer lighting. Thank you. Thank you, I'm glad to be back. Yeah, I'm gonna turn on the gamer lighting. Let's see if that's as bright. 1 second. Hello, I'm back. Let's see. That's not gamer lighting. It's still bright. Yeah. I guess just cameras just detect direct light like really, really, really bright again. Is it really not that bright? I don't know why it's like this. Hang on, why did I have green lighting? What's that about? I guess green lighting is not exactly popular. Does that? Have you seen anyone with just green lighting inside? If you do like any sort of colored lighting, you don't want to do like blue, right? Oh, it's a gaming phantom. Finally, pure gamer. Hey James, hello. Hey, well, hello. And thank you. I'm glad to be back as well. Thank you. Now, so you didn't see what happened at the end of the last stream when I was so rudely disconnected. But I did try to examine this thing and I summoned the boss, and then my internet died right away, and I died. So I could say that I got distracted. Ow. By the internet being out, and that's why I died. But also, the boss would have probably kicked my ass anyway, I think. He was very strong. He was a really strong lad. Most common gamer lighting is perp? Yeah. Let's become the most common gamer. Oh, you're a hostile, not hostile, but you're an enemy as well. I'm the one that's hostile. I need a new weapon, man. Actually, wait a second. I can use my S-word now. Because I got 1 more strength when I leveled up. Because at the end of last stream, before I disconnected, I did manage to unlock the mount. That was like the last thing I did. The mount. And I unlocked the level up thing. And that's the last thing I did before my connection died out, and I just loitered around for a few hours. I had some fish. I had for dinner. I think it's called cod in English. I think it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Had some cod with some rice and a little bit of soy sauce over it. Two very scary bossmen who I'm afraid of and leave alone for now. There's a lot of bossmen that you can be afraid of and leave alone for a while, I think. There's a few of them. What you gonna do about it? I just slashed your heel. Have you got any opinions on that? Giant fella? No? This guy is really slow. The fact that you can fight while on... can I call it horseback? I'm avoiding saying horse because I'm not too sure what this is. While on torrent back, while you're riding torrent. The fact you can fight well on it, it seems really strong. Because I could just avoid a lot of shit. Like in some fairly dangerous areas before as well. Horns, yeah. It is mostly a horse, it's just got a horn as well. Okay, I can fight on both sides. Instead of blocking, you can swipe on each side instead. Honestly, wait a second. Can this guy even, like, kill me if I wasn't mounted? I don't know if he could. Because he doesn't seem to attack his feetsies. I guess maybe he has, like, some steppy stump attacks or something, you know? Like, that would probably... I guess I'd never underestimate the power of, like, a scuffed hitbox as well. Why am I sharing my stamina meter with my horse? Yeah, oops. There goes my horse. Can I get my horse back? Yeah, my horse back. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Sorry. Follow-up? You're not supposed to do that. Fine, I'm just gonna swipe his heels and see what happens. That's what happens. Ah, he just keeps going, eh? Wow, that's loud! Wow! Hang on. Sorry. Did the volume of this game go up again since last stream? It did, yeah. I'm sorry. Wow. It was mostly fine up until the guy went clang, 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 and then I was like, oh, actually that's quite loud, isn't it? Isn't it only works properly for the left hand side because the right, because first with the R1 combo is a behind slash. That's funny. This is just like a random longsword I found. No, my god! How could you? How do you feel about bows? Yeah, this is just a random sword I found from this soldiers in that camp. Oh, it does not take a whole lot of damage. That's the exact same sound effect from Dark Souls, by the way. Very, very, very familiar. Scimitars are really good, yeah. I really like curved swords. There's a legacy behind that. One of the best weapons in Dark Souls 3... 2... Oh yeah, we are talking about the same thing, yeah, the twin blades. That was like the scimitar things that were really good in Dark Souls 3, right? You could like find it in the swamp, or you could start with it if you were like the wanderer, something like that? Like the turban guy. There was some sort of like heavy-ish armor guy with the turban and the double swords, right? Sellsword twin blade, yeah. For the merc, that's it, yeah. Is there a button to get off the horns without like holding Y? How long did it take you to find the pouch thing? I think it took me maybe 2 or 3 minutes to find how the fuck you use a pouch in this. Elf 3. There it is. There it is. Yeah, I felt like there was one button I'd press at some point to get off the horns, but I couldn't quite like find it when I was looking for it. Ooh, golden seed, nice. It's just there? Wow. Oh, okay. I guess what they're saying is you should maybe look out for golden trees. Actually, what's the deal with these golden trees? Wait, did I even get anything from that giant I just killed? I think I got Nothing. Where the fuck is anything else? Golden seed. Golden seed. Found at the base of an illusory tree. Illusory? When the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erd tree, scattering across the various lands, as if life itself knew that it had its end had come. From posted a new thing about how to working performance. In that thing, they recommend updating drivers. Bro, this is imagine when you update your drivers. When your drivers are up to date, and tell you to update your drivers. That's not a problem, Padel. Yeah. For sure. I don't know exactly why I'm lucky. The game seems to run slick for me. Basically no problems. I'm not even getting the hitches anymore. Because I put it on my SSD. Because I was a bit interested in maybe my game's not gonna run perfectly right now. Since I moved the game to my SSD. Because I identified some issues with maybe my loading was being a bit slow. It hitched a bit when it was loading new areas and stuff. But that's not happening anymore. But my performance seems... performance actually just seems better now. Because you mentioned that, like, maybe my performance could be worse, because reportedly the game does not run particularly well on SSDs, but I guess I'm lucky there as well. How fun is that? Like, every single game I played recently, I am cursed as hell. And this game, I didn't even think I was gonna go streaming at all. This just works, it's fine. Snake balls? Balls of snake? Snake balls. This is a friggin' Bloodborne enemy. No, it's a squid ball. It's not a snake ball. It's got like... Oh, it's got sphincters on it. Why is the ball of squid that's got a sphincter on it? Oh, it's got a beak! I guess the sphincter is where the beak comes out of. It is a squid ball. Oh, frig. I'm gonna leave that alone, I guess. Yeah, fuck that. Hey, big boys! Don't mind me, just strolling by. I don't suppose you're gonna be mad at me and punch the statue. There was something interactable with that stone, I think, but I'm not sure. There was a message in the way. Didn't get like properly look at it. Man, you fast. Wait, where does squid ball go? Turtle. Do not. No, my turtle. Turtle is very tanky. That's good. Where does squid ball go? Oh, there it is. Let's just chilling. Oh, I gotta go look on the map and get some bearings about where I'm going. Oh, hello. The fuck is this? Golden Rune? I think he just died. Stop that! I've ceased business with you. You're not wanted here. Away, away! Those trees are having a great time, is it on? I'm still in combat. What? Is it a giant? Maybe I'm having a WoW combat bug. Oh, maybe I can't look at the map because I'm on the mount. Okay. There's a city here, dude! Apparently? Oh, that's the wall. But it's more like a big old bridge. Or like an aqueduct rather than a wall. It looks like a wall on the map, but it's not. Cool. Oh! No, I've already been to the seed over there. Yeah, I'm just gonna follow where the light leads me, and get some more flask charges and stuff. Get some places to teleport to. It's gonna take me a while to get used to the controls, man. Especially the jumping thing. Having to jump is very strange.
Everyone's been grafted.
Grafted?
Everyone who came with me.
What do you mean grafted?
They crossed the sea for me. They fought for me.
It's a Ruby Herald.
Arms taken. Their legs taken. Even their heads taken. Taken and stuck to the spider.
Okay, I guess I see what she means with grafted.
Grafted by the spider. You become a chrysalid. It's quite a lark when you think about it.
What do you mean lark? Sitting sideways.
You're all on your own, are you? And heading to Stormvale Castle? Enticed by the one in the white mask, I suppose. Oh, you've come to be one with the spider? Well, that makes us two peas in a pod. But I don't have your courage. It's scary, you know, having your arms cut off. Or legs. Or your head.
Or all of the above?
I want to be like everyone else, but I'm just too scared. I'm nothing but a craven.
Smith promise video games? Yeah, here's one. Here's one having a lark. She wants to be like everyone else. Well, if you want to be like everyone else, isn't that exactly what grafting would do for you? We just, you know, get attached to a big old spider and it'll be like the end of Evangelion, but you're a big spider instead. Oh yeah, of course, because you gotta exhaust dialogue, yeah. I forgot I'm playing this game.
Oh, I know. Can you take this little one along with you?
Spirit jellyfish ashes.
The poor thing deserves someone braver than myself. And
Not a craven
look rather
little
fondly upon you.
brummy like you.
It'll be glad of your company, I think, the little one.
Little one. Ah, this is the new sort of spells that we're talking about. Yeah. This is our type of wizardry. Where you like use you get like a stand basically. It's like that mod. This is very similar to
It was a pleasure to
that JoJo mod.
Can you pass on a message for me? If you see the little chrysalids in Stormvale Castle, tell them I love them. And that, despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing, you know?
Let's go. You didn't have a jellyfish friend? I think I would have. I just wanted to see what was around the house first. But yeah, I do have to be very mindful that I gotta exhaust dialogue. Oh! I know exactly where this goes. I think that goes in many places, but I know a place for sure where it can go. Dude, how did you do against the first boss guy? That was... I don't know how possible that is with the knife on the first try ever. Because I stopped this fucking shitty ass knife. It's horrible. Yeah, the Pharaoh stones. They're definitely Pharaoh stones, yeah. Stone of Pharaoh? Pharaoh? Something like that? The first guy. You go out, he screams at you, and then you get sent to the graveyard. Not enough? I need 2 of them, I guess, 1 for each imp. Spider Abomination friend. That's the one. How'd you do? I got screamed at and went away. Yeah. Yeah. Same thing happened to me. I was like, I'll fight you, and I punched him like twice. I was like, oh! You're taking little damage. Very little damage. And then he screamed at me, and I think it went through my buckler, and I died. So, not quite like Vanguard or Who else? Who else? I guess the werewolf in Bloodborne, kind of. Oh, I think even Genichiro is easier than in that guy, maybe. Right? Genichiro's still the best first boss. Yeah, Genichiro's pretty good. Genichiro is pretty sick, cause like he's like a good test bed for what you just learned in the tutorial. Oh, we can look at the map here. Nice. Yeah, I hope they sorted the tutorials, but not the tutorials. The performance of the game. I've seen loads of people get pretty bummed out by how it's running for them, and we're two people with pretty good computers. Your computer should be better for games than my computer. So that you're struggling is like, it's like a mistake. So something's wrong. Something's not quite right. Like, I was surprised just how much hype had died. If you look, when you look at like Steam reviews and stuff. Like, this is a game that got like almost perfect 10s across the board from like every site out there, every reviewing site out there just gave this game a perfect score. And it's like mixed reviews on Steam right now because people can't fucking run it. People can't play the video game. Best reviewed game of all time, and it literally runs like ass. Yeah. The game runs okay on console though, right? I think that's one of the things with the game is that it might actually just be totally fine if you play on like even the PS4 maybe. Oh, we gotta try the jellyfish buddy. What am I doing? Is that a quick item? It is a quick item. Wait, what just happened? Oh, okay, I see. So now it's gonna be down here. Oh god, that's so weird. But I don't have a spirit. I don't have a spirit. It told me that I can summon these like spirits. Did it say like how I get them? It's okay on console, not perfect. Oofa doofa. Oofa doofa, that's not good at all. Oh, we're going back to like fucking Dark Souls 1 now, in terms of performance. We were in the golden age in Dark Souls 3, man. Even Demon Souls, right? Does Demon Souls count? I don't know if that's like a FromSoft game. It's like developed by someone else, right? The new Demon Souls. Oh, Sekiro! Sekiro and Dark Souls 3. Games that run perfectly. And that awesome ports. Everything was great. And now we're going back to cannot climb on ladder because 8 FPS times. Like, that was on console as well. In the New Londo. On the 360, if you tried climbing that ladder, your game just locks up. I don't know why. It's on that wooden bridge. What the fuck is that guy doing there? You're not supposed to be there. Dude, you're a dung beetle. You can't be on the wall, rolling something. What are you doing? Wait, that's illegal. Oh, hang on. I found something. I found something. The fuck is this? Am I supposed to be here? It's like a bandit Viking fellow, dude. It's got like a big scimitar. It's like a huge World of Warcraft scimitar. Whoa, no, he screams. He screams. He's tanky. He's dead. Got him. Give me the server, please. Kaiden. I'll take a hand. Oh, do you know anything about, or do you have any sort of impression on equip loads? Because I noticed that this here is actually mid-roll. Rude. I'm feeling a bit of hitches now as I'm entering this place here. Yeah, because every time I'm entering something, it loads a little bit. But it feels a little bit better now than it did with mechanical auto. Oh, go. Yeah, I noticed that this is actually mid-roll. And I did go naked and I got light roll, but I didn't necessarily get like a aha sort of experience that like, oh, I have to be fast rolling myself. But did you? Shit. What the fuck is that? Also, can you both not be on me right now? I'm trying to parry one of you. You're being really annoying right now. You're being really annoying right now. Guys! You're being annoying! That's more like it. Yeah, step off. Yeah, piece of shit. What? That's more like it. Thank you. 50 75 is mid-roll. And highest fat roll. Gotcha. It's really easy to get. What? It really easy to get mid-roll at least. What? But I don't know if it's necessarily like very important to be fast rolling. Get bled on. Can't believe I killed you before you got bled as well. The bleed rate is not very good. I don't know if I have a stat that affects my bleed thing either. I have really high arcane. That was like the main reason I went for this guy. I was like, what the fuck is arcane? No, nothing really says anything about bleeding. Use my sword, dude. This is a shiny chest. Arrows reach talisman. Ooh. I don't suppose. Increases bow effective range. That's perfect for me. Although I am broke. I am much broke and I have no arrows. See. But effective range for a bow means probably I can be farther away and do more damage, right? Imagine that's what it means. That like my damage fall off is like less dramatic now, probably, right? I'm gonna leave these wormies alone. They're fine. No need to mess with them. The fact that you got a summon mount thing is really slick. I like that you don't have to return to where you parked your horse. That's very fun. That's very nice. Oh, I can step you on them. No. Golden rune. Also, the animation's really slick. I like that they found a way for you to have just a summon horse spell, and it looks nice. It doesn't look like they cheaped out on like an animation. Then you guys look like, oh wow, you're just making horse out of nothing. You don't feel like that, you know, that it just poofs out of thin air. This is a really nice way to go about it. Ooh, excuse me? I'm not scared of these wolves. I'm totally fine. I'm just going away just to see where the fuck they came from. No? Nothing? Where'd you come from? Oh, these wolves can't even hit me because I'm on the horse. Thin boost. Beast bones. Boost. Can I heavy attack? Ah, I can. Nice. And that is to kind of like prime an attack as you like ride past them as well. That is really slick. Oh, no. Hitboxes. There we go. Steam Deck reviews are out and it seems like a pretty good tier machine for £50. Excellent. That's what I love to hear. Nice to have affordable computers out there. How did you feel about two things? How did you feel about the battery life on it? And how did you feel about the operating system on it? Whoa! My game's getting upset about this area. Windy. The thing about my performance though is that I think I can chalk up any performance issues I have to like streaming right now in 1080p. Oh, that's the clock damper. How many does also have? Kind of wish it didn't fade out the interface so much. I'm imagining that's probably a setting. You may just show me the interface. I won't be mad if you show me the HUD. The HUD is totally fine. Yeah. Play God of War at 60 for 2 hours on full charge. Fixing it all the way, you'll get a couple hours handheld. That's right. This is not, it's not amazing. Really. Yeah, by any means, probably. That's pretty alright. The thing for me is that the handheld thing was never what I wanted out of it anyway, I don't think. I just wanted a tiny computer. So I'm gonna plug it in anyway. I imagine you probably get better performance if you plug it in as well, right? Played 20 hours of Elden Ring on the deck, because it fits in my life, and because Valve has built an OS that is considerate of the player. It's so simple to boot into the game and then easy to dial the settings and system at lower level to get the most out of it. Hey, that sounds like a positive experience with the system. But with the operating system as well, because that was something it wasn't a guarantee would be perfect, right? Because it's like their own distro of Linux, right? I believe. Do you know kind of what it feels like to use? Is it a lot like Windows? Or is it a lot like Linux? Or like Ubuntu, I guess, or something? There's a lot of different Linuxes out there, so saying it feels like Linux doesn't really mean anything. Built an Arch Linux. Okay. I think actually Linux heads are going to be pretty happy about being built on Arch Linux. I think at least like 6 years ago, Arch Linux was pretty well regarded. I don't know what the meta for favorite Linux is nowadays, but... Oops, that's the wrong button. That's the right button. I don't know what... I imagine they might have made it feel a bit more like Windows though, or more like Mac OS, if it's built on Arch Linux though. Because I think Arch Linux was a somewhat archaic distro to use, I think, compared to Ubuntu. Oh yeah, as a standard install, of course, yes. Of course. Because the whole thing about Linux is that it's modular. Very modular. It's good. I'm glad Volvo are rocking the Linux and trying to get like an actual like competitor to Windows for games at least, because this is pretty much specifically designed for video games in mind, right? And that's like fine for me. For my use case, I would like to have obviously some games, but also like some media production as well emphasized. But I don't see why SteamOS couldn't do both as long as it's compatible. These are like the bats, right? Regular as bats. These aren't like dragons or anything, right? Well, let's slash them and see what happens. They died. The bats. Got them. So far, I felt like I've been like trying to be cute to the enemies. Like, look at me, I'm parrying you. I'm gonna get you, dude. I'm gonna get you. And actually, what I should be doing is just fucking spamming R1, and I'd be doing a lot better sometimes. It's most likely just benefit to the game side of things. For anything else, using a regular as an XPC. Yeah. As long as I can get is that Volnir? As long as I can get stuff compatible, like Premiere, OBS, and all that stuff, I'll be fine. A good video photo editor. I think Photopia is pretty good, right? These days.
Please.
Considering how free it is, and it just runs in the browser.
Your fingers, please, your fingers.
Fingies, please.
Oh, bless you.
What do you mean? What do you want my fingies? You got tons already.
Head to the foundation of gold tarnished. Traverse Rhea Lucaria, glintstone eventide, and reunite the half-crescents at the grand lift. Oh, but the bridge is collapsed and cannot be crossed. Only, why should that matter? Stormvale Castle still stands tall. You, please, I can read them.
Hands.
Your head.
Foundation of gold.
Traverse Rhea Lucaria.
Rhea Lucaria.
And
Give them
reunite the half-crescents.
Grand lift.
Oh, boundless storm.
Stoneville Castle. Okay. Weird, but sure. Okay. I'll heed whatever you're saying. Yeah, I'm more worried about having good compatibility with video editors than anything else. But obviously, I'm not gonna run. Not that I have to run SteamOS on my computer. Like, in terms of just using SteamOS on the deck, then it's perfectly satisfactory to just run games well, right? I was just thinking about like a sort of world where maybe SteamOS becomes relevant enough that you might want to run like actually your home computer on SteamOS as well. And like, that doesn't have to be too unlikely after some time and development with the deck, right? Eventually, that might actually be a relevant thing to do. It might already be, for all I know. So I can go down there. Oh, that is to a big old path. Or I can go into... I think this is the castle. I'm gonna go this idea. See what happens. I can always teleport back if I need to. Seems legitimately impressive as a way to customize the performance you need in a machine. Excellent. It's really nice. And you played Elden Ring. That's good. What other game did you say you played? You said you played another game, right? Oh, God of War? These are two very relevant games. Very current, relevant games. So, that's really nice. if you can play it handheld, you can definitely have like a good experience playing with like a key, playing plugged in. I was gonna ask actually, if it runs Strive, that'd be amazing. And yeah, that's great. Because like actually running Strive is not as simple as like you'd think. That Strive does not run particularly well. So actually having like the deck run Strive is actually really swell. Really good. Bastard. Ash of War. Oh, this is a thing. This is a thing. Oh, so that's why I want to toast those guys then. So I need to get to a bonfire now and attune that, I think. I might have other Ashes of War I can use as well. Now that I think about it. Oh, this isn't a proper path. It's just a place for goodies. Gotcha. Then they can and should become the canonical platform for tournaments. Absolutely, yeah. Because if you're running computers, if you want to run things on PC, and like, usually it feels like you might do, because of lag, then the Steam Deck has gotta be the cheapest option, right? And also like the most practical option. You could have like a whole tournament floor of computers in a cardboard box whenever it's not used. Right, so that you don't need a warehouse to store that shit. So that's pretty sick. Cause like yeah, we saw that even with First Drive, which is a very recent example. If you ran that stuff on a console like the PlayStation 4 or 5, you got a bunch of frames of delay. Wasn't it upwards of 8 on a PS5? While the PC had maybe like 3 frames of delay or something like that. So you had an actual competitive advantage if you were playing on a console with like certain characters, right? Because like the really cheap strat was in early Strive to play as Chip, right? And do like the unreactable attacks, because like, well, if you have like 20 frames of, let's say an overhead is like 20 frames. You have like 20 frames to react on, which is fairly alright. But then you have, if you're doing an online tournament, that's a few frames. That's like, let's say two frames if you're got a fairly optimal connection. That's like 18 frames to react. And then you take off 8 frames because playing on PS5, you got 10 frames to react. And like, there's literally no way to react to that. you cannot react to Amelia OTK Bad Moon. So you can definitely not react to stuff like that. PS4 chip is definitely still a joke, yeah. Fucking Wi-Fi warrior chip. It's not as bad as 8 frames anymore, no, yeah. You can't react to Milia on PC either. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. And I think Milia Bad Moon, OTK Bad Moon, is about 12 frames or something like that. It's not reactable. Like, overheads are specifically about 20 frames. Because that's like kind of what they figure you should be able to react to, but like barely. So anything less than that, anything that's like 18, like 16, 10, you're fucked, man. You're gonna get hit. I need to use a different weapon. These things are not dying to my knife. How do you feel about the God Council, or whatever you call this? This thing. So for the early game, it seems basically busted. It seems like there's no reason to not do this. Other than like that, if they do like a quick follow attack, you get stuffed, obviously. Like the main reason why I wouldn't want to do it too much right now is because like blocking is kind of like right now because my shield is bad. But if my shield was 100, then why wouldn't I just do that all the time? Reason you not to do it is if they're gonna block string and you get stuffed. Yeah. When charged, 5 days, 20 frames, and that is legitimately invisible. Yeah. Yeah, it's astonishing to me that Dusts didn't have the big orange glow on it in Exiled and Plus R, because I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to see that. Especially like some cheap characters like Cliff, man. Cliff is like an old fart, and when he dusts you, that animation for him dusting is the same one for him crouching. So whenever he crouch, you gotta like, oh shit. Is Cliff about to own me? Or is he just sitting down? And you can't tell. It's impossible to tell. It's so cheap. Well, oh, hello. What are you doing here?
Forgive me. I've been testing you.
Is that when the game run a bit worse?
If the Elden Ring would truly have you, if you had the mettle to endure this long and arduous path. It seems my worries were unfounded. Torrent had your measure from the very start, whereas I merely pretended. There is but one other thing I can do to offer you guidance. I can take you to the Round Table Hold, gathering place of tarnished champions, guided by grace.
I'll go
Very
too.
well. Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment.
I don't want to level up. Well, maybe I actually want to. I would love this huge hat I'm wearing together with this vest. No, what are you doing right now? Round Table Hold. Hub World? Tarnished Gather at the Round Table Hold. Guided by Grace. Combat is prohibited. Oh, is this an online Hub World? To the Pact of Non-Aggression. This rule is in fact when the Round Table icon is deployed. The Round Table Hold is located outside of this world. It can only be reached through the Sites of Grace. I can't punch, I can't block, I can't do anything. Oh, it's my NPC place. Okay, never mind. Hello?
Oh, this is a rare occasion. I can't remember the last time a new Tarnished made their way to the Round Table. Very well. As your senior,
It's got a hand of glory.
you're welcome. It is safe here. You may let down your guard. Allow me a word of advice. As your senior, you are a mere visitor to the Round Table. Nothing more. A house guest. Yet to earn their keep. Remember your place, newcomer. There's nothing left to say. Be at your leisure.
Legit felt like she was sent me in to die to a boss. Then after I died, she was like, "Lol, JK, let's go to Falling Strand."
Nothing.
Yeah, I guess I got this earlier than you done, I think. I haven't gotten that many bosses. I only killed one boss. I killed the Beastman.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Nice to see you again. My name
It's
is
Spider Lady.
Alrika. I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive though? The Round Table Hold. Covert quarters of the Two Fingers.
I think she needed like a
Place of
little
champions
energy
who
bar,
vie
man.
to become Elden Lord. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots. Although, it's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
Has anyone got like a spoonful of peanut butter or something for her?
It's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
Oh, hello, this guy's edgy.
Ah, hello. You must be new here. Well, just call me Dialos. The honor of one's house holds little import in these lands. By the way, have you met a young woman named Lanya?
No Lanya for me.
She's my servant, but fickle as the wind. Take your eyes off her for but a moment and she's good as gone. If you find her, please be sure to tell me.
Doesn't sound like she's a servant, dude. It sounds like you mistook her role for something else.
Be sure to tell me if you meet a young woman named Lanya. She's a servant to my house. She's been my companion since childhood. I've lost count of the number of times I've had to find her like this. Honestly, she's such a little tomboy.
Little tomboy, eh? Right, that's a little clue. Hey, you're a prophet or something, right?
I see you've just arrived. Welcome to the Round Table Hold. I'm Corin, a man of the cloth. I teach incantations, the strength granted.
Do you wheel and deal?
And
What's up with that rough you got there?
So that one day, if a tarnished of the Round Table Hold should become Elden Lord, I might counsel them, ensuring order regains its proper form, righting rule over men. By the way, do you still see it? The guidance of grace.
I do.
You do? Wonderful news. Most tarnished are blind to it these days.
Is it because they're wearing blindfolds like you are?
Well, what do you say? Care to learn an incantation of the two fingers?
Sure. These cost faith. They sure do. Oh, I can get an urgent heal though. If I wanted to. Oh! Oh, you got pyromancers too? Huh. I guess they kind of melded pyromancy into this then. That's nice. You got some choices then. Wait, what? Rejection? Oh, that's push or shockwave or whatever it's called. Let's see. Force. Rejection is the better name. Yump. Yump. Praise the Elden Ring. You got a lot of praises for that. You know? Good. Oh, I didn't get to the 10,000 though, yeah. It's locked up.
No, I'm still looking.
There's a blacksmith. Found one. It's covered in barnacles. It's like a dragon man.
No matter. It's all the same.
I don't suppose you could sell me some weapons, actually. I'd be curious to see what you got on you. What you got in stock. He does not. Duplication. Ah, so... Ashes of War are consumable then, in that case. I was wondering about that. Only have one smithing stand still. I can sell some shit though. Ah, Storm Stump and Stormwall. Cool. There you go. Brass Shield. Fuck it, I'll keep the other one for now. It didn't sell for that much. Sure is a door here. Oh, there's something through this door as well, actually. Just not meant to be opened at this moment. You can see it through like a little gap though. It's not just a fake door. Oh, hello. Where you got a little foggy door there? What's the deal with that? Ah, it's another one of those imp things. Oh, but this one already has a sword embedded in the imp. So this, so here I only need one actually. Fuck it, let's go in, I guess. Why not? I need two. Ah, it's the crossbow I wanted. Excellent, because they kept not giving me any friggin' bows. Any arrows. God, you... What the fuck? What are the stat requirements, dude? Yeah, so the bow is pretty good for me right now. Because it doesn't scale. But... Ugh. Ugh. Six to 8 hours on the Vampire Survivors. Alright, yeah, it depends a little bit on what you're running on it, fair enough. I see. If I was to run a game handheld on a Steam Deck, I don't think my first priority would be to run God of War anyway. I think what I would be the most interested in would be old games via emulators. I think that'd be the most fun handheld. And I reckon you could probably get a lot more mileage out of it that way either, rather than just 2 hours.
Greetings.
Before you had to like charge it for however long you have to.
I am Fia. Circumstances have compelled my stay at the Round Table Hold. Great champion, would you allow me to hold you?
You guys are so handsy.
Perhaps you might share with me some of your lively vigor and your stout-heartedness. Doing so will grant me the warmth of a champion, and you, I am sure, will bear a Balderkin's blessing. Do you think it vulgar, perhaps? Where I come from, it is...
Holding hands is very vulgar.
Ah, my thanks, great champion.
Is this hard mode?
You are very warm.
Balderkin's blessing.
What you felt light up inside you was a Balderkin's blessing. Though it is but a fleeting thing, I am afraid. Come back to me, should you require another.
What did I just lose
I will
though?
keep you in my arms as often as you need.
I lost something. I don't know what these debuffs are. It's like just a red square going down. I don't know what the fuck that is. The literally has an app store type of interface where you can one-click install shit of emulators. Dolphin, Doctition, PCX2, PPSS, PP, Yusu, BSNES, PP Poopoo, Rumpeldump. Excellent. That's really good. Dolphin is gonna sort me out perfectly. That's already so many bangers, see right there. And also something that works really well. Pornhub, Xtube, homegrown Simpsons stuff, panty jobs, all the greats. We don't look at porn on our computers anymore. We look at it on our Steam Decks. I don't like that. What are you on? This guy doesn't want to talk to me. Edge Lord? That's a good message. I hate the when people put messages right in front of people though. I cannot fucking stomach it, dude. I really want to see what my buffs and debuffs are. I really do. But I don't think they want to do that. I just want to know what my status is. Hey, buddy. Twin Maiden Husks. There are some weapons. Scimitar. Knight Armor. Finger Seal. You are from Faith, aren't you? Sacred Incantations. Yes. Longbow. Mighty Shot. Rapier. Longsword. Dagger. Memory Stone. Oh, some stuff. When invaded, request the aid of a hunter. Hunters request for summoning from hunters. Oh, here we go. Stone Sword Keys. Grants the blessing of an equipped great rune upon use. What? Rune arc. Even though great rune is equipped, it will slightly increase maximum HP upon use. Okay. I'll keep this around until I know why I'd want to do that. So I think for me, either the scimitar or the rapier would be a pretty good pickup here. Best dog. Oh, what's the critical rating on the rapier actually? It's higher than the dagger, dude! The great knife is a crap knife. It's pointless. Don't want it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got cursed when that woman held me. I'm pretty sure she cursed me. I did get some blessing for it. What the fuck is that? Use FP to temporarily boost poise. Favor bestowed by a deathbed companion. Protection of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber. The favor allows one to get any aches and pains. In death, there's only peace. For in death, there can be no sensation. I think I've discovered everything here then. Wait, what? What you got there? There's more stuff south. Huh. Map big. Big map. Ordered a big map today when I went in here. What the fuck was that? Nothing. Looked like there was a room in the gap between the bookcases there. Is that like a fight arena, I don't know. Good luck. Hello? Mad Tongue Albrecht. Hey, buddy. You about to kill me? Oh, ow, ow. No, don't do that. No wizardry. The fuck was that? He's just casting shit. Anyway, he just started blasting. Friggin' Alberic, dude. So they can tell you right now you ain't send everything yet. Okay. Looney of the Lakes. That's where I was before I beheld a round table. I can warp anytime I please, right? But I can't do it at the bonfires. You do this, right? If I die... Oh yeah, I did lose my souls, I did, yeah. I still have the debuff on me. Whatever the fuck that is. My souls, please. Friggin' Alberic, dude. Cypher Parda? Okay. Well, if Albrecht wants to kill me, he's gonna have to find me first. I don't know if he will. I'm very sneaky and stealthy. Never mind. No! I assumed he would attack me faster and he didn't. Oh! Where are my parries, dude? I can't find them. Don't do it, dude. Has he got that Bloodborne shirt? Oh no. I am the one with the lag rapier now. Ow. Oh my god. Oh, the middle of the room is a bonfire. Okay. Yes, I can actually sit down on it. Oh! This time I actually did. Ah, rest the table of lost grace. Ah. So, but if I've warped, I don't have to. So when you warp somewhere, it just sets that as a checkpoint right away. Actually, that's nice to know. I'm not gonna kill this guy. I'm just looking. I do not intend to kill Mad Tongue Alberic. Maybe I am though. I think I would actually do better with my knife against them. God, this lag rapier though. What? Oh, I did a little bit of damage to the 200 with this one actually. Actually worth doing. Ow! That's what that is. I thought it was actually a buff he did to himself. Not at long range as I might think sometimes, the rapier. Stop spamming! Oh, come on! That was a backstab. Stop! This one swipe you. No! He fully heals! Bastard. Ow. Yeah. Now that I know that this guy just heals, I'm like, yeah, wait a second, this guy's an asshole. This guy's a prick. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that guy alone. Best way to kill him is probably just to parry, and I don't know how to parry the scythe. I'm too unfamiliar with the scythe to confidently be like, I'm gonna parry that. I hate. Oh, never mind. I can't like two hand because I'm in that zone though. There you go. Nah, I can't do it. I'm in multiplayer already. I want to give parrying him one more go. You got his gun down? Nice. What? Where are my parries, dude? Ow. Those two attacks there were definitely parries, man. They were 100% parries. I got a partial block. That's what they want. You want a parry. Oh, hang on, what's this? Open? Nice block chat, dude. Dude, it's block chat. That's what you gotta consider when you try to open the big door. Rip. He does have no poise. That is why I changed to the knife just now. God! God! He dodges away though. He dodges away, and it wasn't as spammy as I thought it was. Because it dodges away, and then he attacks while I run up to him. Patience level 0. Yeah, I gotta have more patience than that. But that is how I'm gonna kill him, because he does have zero points. It's just really annoying because he keeps rolling all over the place. It's really rude. I don't like it. God damn it, dude. Can you stop with that? Stop dodging! Ow. Yeah, I can always get my attack in before him, not to have the knife on me. Oh! Except for the spells. Oh, how did he beat me? How did you do that? What? How many spells can you do? Come on, where are my backstabs, dude? That's a second one. I'm like, bruh, there's no way. That was a backstab. Yeah, this guy is definitely dead. From me just like slashing him a bunch of times like this. Yeah, I'm mostly worried about him when it's like trying to cross the distance with me because he just got cast a bunch of spells and it's really annoying them. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna get a backstab because he always does the gesture at the start, of course. Ow! Also, the other thing is when when he tries to get close to you, he does that move there and it instantly fucking kills me. It instantly fucking kills me, dude. I think I have to run away from him, man. If I'm at like mid-range, I have to just run because I don't want to dodge that attack, man. I don't want to. It's shit. The spell loses strafing, yeah, but it's really annoying. It's a very big annoying prick. Alright, so just attack him once. Because he always just dodges away like that. Then you go in. Oh my god, dude. Can you fuck off? Dude. Oh. Where'd your poison go, dude? Who's that less poison that? Stop! Hang on, wait. When he bled there, it kind of looked like he opened himself to a visceral. Did he? Okay, I see what this is all about now. I hate that one though. See, that's what I was worried about. If I dodge it, it's just gonna hit me with the second attack. No! I was too far away. No! He jumpy. Doesn't work when he jumpy, dude. I hate that attack so much. Oh god, you're so annoying. You're such a piece of shit! My bleed stacks are never gonna go up, dude. I hate him. Not sure what the blood spell is, might give him some hyper arm or something. Might, yeah, I don't know. No, like the spell, the blood spell does the PB AoE. I don't know what it is, it seems pretty crap. It might be a bad weapon because it doesn't do enough damage, yeah. The bleed is good, but like, because he has infinite stamina and just dodges constantly, he just spams dodge, I just don't do enough damage in the long run because it just doesn't stack bleed, because he just runs away after one slash. It's so annoying. It's so fucking annoying. What? That was the backstab. I told you I backstab earlier, and then like, yeah, sometimes the backstab just doesn't do anything. Shit, that's not heavy two-hand. I can't get used to heavy two-hand weapons in this game, man. Wow, that took forever. Wow, okay. Yeah, I got fucked because I accidentally pressed RB when I wanted the two-hand. I can't get over that. You have to hold Y and then RB, man. I don't like it. The patch is good, but I don't know if it's worth it to lose all my fucking muscle memory for Y, man. It's just a super unintuitive to feel at sometimes. I can't do it fast yet at all. I need some time with it. Yeah, now I got more reach. What? How did my knife do more poise damage than this sword? How? How? No more stamina. Oh, he's only got one flask. Oh my god, why has he got infinite mana, dude? No! That wasn't worth it. I didn't think it was gonna recover before I could reach him with that. Dude, he's gotten... How? How could he do that and then that? And I couldn't reach him in time, man. Oof. Oofa doofa. I really thought I was gonna be able to charge R2, man, before he just kill me before though. But yeah, I basically got his number. I just gotta like hit him with more of my I don't know what they're called. Combat arts? Are they still called combat arts? They're called something like that. Oh come on! I hate this control sometimes. Dude! Oh, it's got hyper armor when it does it as well. That's why the channel time is so long, because it's got hyper armor on it. Stop! It's so annoying. God, I hate that move. I'm not in the mood for the funny servers now, because I hate that move. He knows I hate that move. What? Bullshit! I hate how both the spells have the exact same spell animation as well. Dude, what the fuck is that move? Why is he allowed to do that? Oh man, okay, every time he does It's just running attack. His running attack just kills you. That's what that is. So every time I see him do a backstep like this, I gotta run away, man. It's so bullshit. War arts, yeah, that might be also what it's called. Yeah, Square Off is incredible here, because like he keeps like dodging and doing bullshit, so that lets me kind of chase him. Two-hand, please! I can't two-hand consistently. Maybe I should actually... Oh, fuck me, dude. I hate him. This is so annoying. Can you stop casting spells? Piece of shit. Oh, he beat me to it. No, he can do that without doing the backstep. He just so often sometimes chooses the backstep before it. Yeah, he just has like the ability to kill me if he decides to. Legion's winning by tilting with 0% effective magic. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's just tilting the hell out of me. I really fucking hate the magic. It just makes me mad. This makes me so fucking mad. What if I delay my attacks? No, it doesn't help either. Delay? 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 Yeah, he actually decides to dodge just because you recently hit him, as opposed to reacting to you slashing. He just dodges. Oh my god. Stop! What? It's fine, I can dodge. I started my attack soon enough. Oh, okay. Yeah, you gotta space enough that he doesn't hit you after you dodge. You want to heal? No, you want to heal. What? What are you doing? How did you decide not to heal? You're supposed to be a computer. You're not capable of making decisions. Oh my god. I didn't know that. Square Off has a massive recovery. So absolutely do not mispress Square Off, or you can't dodge. You cannot cancel Square Off. That's harsh. I've been on a setting where you won't heal until you do. Maybe. Look at this. No, I can't show you because I'm in the pacifist then. But when I press Square Off, it's just a solid second before I can dodge again. No, wait, what? Oh, was that because of Frost right to me? I swear, I mashed dodge. And I was like locked into the Square Off animation. Alright, that's a fast one. Alright, heal. Has that messed up your honor? I do not want to get hit by that. I kind of want to just walk away from that attack, but I don't want to get clipped by it at all. I'm so scared of him though. I liked it when he ran at me. That was nice. Now he's being really annoying and slow. Stop! Dude, you win. Double slash me. No, fine. Okay. Now it's running. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it likes being in mid-range. So it only runs if I'm like this far away here. Shit. Whoa! How could you dodge after doing that? Whoa. What was this hyper armor there? No! Is that like the weapon art? What? Fuck off! Dude, is that double attack like his weapon art or something? What is that? I don't know when he does it. I can't like make a connection when he does it. He just did it twice in a row. It's really annoying for me because it's exactly enough to just kill me. Give us my health, man. Also, where was the vendor? There was a vendor in here, right? Yeah, but this fella here. There we go. Ah, you don't sell arrows though. I gotta go to the other guy for that. I can just teleport to the guy with arrows though. And cheese this guy out. Because that's, I think that's like one of the best things I've got going for me is that my bow is pretty alright. Actually not sure which one of the vendors has the arrows. Oh, look at this guy! He's a wolfman. Is that Chris from Resident Evil 8? Actually, I don't know if he turns into a wolf, but I have a suspicion he does. I don't actually know.
Goodbye.
Ah, the faster was really nice. For just buying shit like that. Usually it's like such a chore. Oh yeah, my health went up a lot after doing that, actually. Hey, I'm back, buddy. Back to get hit by your double scythe attack. Prick. Absolute asshole. Oh my god. Ah! That's a good move, I think. But I gotta like space that out slightly better. Oh, okay. Oh no, never mind. Sometimes he instantly recovers from it. Never mind. It's not a good move. Yeah, get me out of it, actually. Oh, fuck me. He like instantly went into a spell after doing the other spell. Cheesy. Cheesy bugger. I really wish he didn't have infinite mana, man. That's a thing that's like really grinding my cheese, dude. Also, I just remembered that I have a thing to give me more flasks charges as well. Hang on, do I have to rest for it? Oops, that's not the button used to rest. Because I thought for sure I already had 6. Oh, I had 5, I guess. No, wait. I guess it's double 4. God, I wish I could bleed him. I really wish I could bleed him. There was... The bleed did a pretty nice amount of damage to him, but he keeps just walking away, man. And it's such a short-range weapon for this fight, otherwise. That was risky. Have we got to like have less patience? Have we got to swing at him more? I gave him space though, and then he just did that and killed me. What the fuck? I guess like no matter how much health I get, he's always just gonna instantly kill me with that, dude. It does so much damage. It's ludicrous. I don't know how I did double backstab to him. It didn't do that much damage, but I don't know how I did it. Yeah, just buff the charge longer. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep... If it dodges around me, that's when you just keep swinging, I think. Yeah, like that. Just keep swinging if it dodges around you. No, my backstab! I really wanted that. I'm gonna get frostbitten, dude. Stop! Just run at me. Yeah, that's more good. What? I didn't think I was gonna beat me to the punch though. Shit! He's the reach on that is so dumb. He's so dumb. What the fuck, man? He goes so far. That is such a ball ache. Like if he decides to do that, I guess I can't like try to gain distance from him with dodging, just in case it does that. Because I gotta like be able to dodge the first one or I die. Because he goes like to you, like no matter where you are, he goes directly at you. How did I change weapon? He didn't want to change my weapon though. I like pressed the right D-pad like a ton of times and he just didn't do anything. No, I feel like he almost always... I think if he dodges into a spell, he always does a miss, actually. Every single time. Oh, fuck me. It's very active. I gotta be a bit more patient than that. What? Okay, he can actually lead into that from any attack as well. I think, unless, I guess he like let it recover and then just went into that. But if he can do that though, I don't know how I'm gonna predict what the attacks he's gonna do. Because now I'm like, oh, after every single attack he does, it can always lead into the one thing that kills me. God! No, I did not want to do that. God, he's so dumb. This is definitely like, not as early as I have to do this. Change your light to yellow, fake gamer? No, real gamer, yeah. Dude, I don't know how to parry it either. I felt like that was the perfect parry timing though. I keep getting like partial blocks rather than parries in this. I think I'm doing it too early, if that's the case. No, is it too late or too early if you get a partial block? Because it keeps happening to me. That'd be too late, right? Oh my god, I know why I couldn't change the fucking weapon. It's because the D-pad cycles messages, and there's a pile of messages where he spawns. That's so annoying, but exactly what I'm trying to do. No! No! I think I got killed by frostbite. I think the frostbite got me. Because it made my recovery slightly later, right? So I couldn't dodge. I can't believe I got by frostbite. Oh, actually, frostbite might just be a good effect in this game, though. I don't know. You get a backstab if you do charged R2, right? On the backs, so I might be able to get like other more damage at the very start by just the charge R2ing his back. That doesn't go very far. That's a weird jump. Oh, because it's just him doing a jump and an attack. That's what looks so fucking weird. That's what it's doing. It's not like a bespoke jump attack. It's just a jump and an attack. God, I wish I could attack him when he does his mist. But when I approach him after he does his mist attack, that's always when he does his instant kill attack. Like every single time. So I can't do it. Why do you have more poise when jumping? But is that to play? Can I jump away from this kill move? I delayed a little bit there. But I shouldn't have. It fucking kills me that he's got a follow-up to the double attack that kills me. It's just so unnecessary that he has that. No, he's got poison that for some reason. Nope. Oh, don't dodge back. Okay, no, I got him this time. Should have dodged back though. I got him now. It's just so blagging. He's such a blagger. You gotta wait for like so long to actually like do anything to him. Because there's always the risk of him just killing you. And then there's all the spells, just like the barrage of spells, which makes you wait like 10 seconds every time he decides to do it. Okay, cannot get a backstab if you are too like in bubble. What? Okay, I don't know the range in the rapier apparently. Okay, that's why it's got a follow up. That's why, exactly. No, the frostbite! That's twice now where I've died not to like the damage of frostbite, but specifically to like the you get like a when you get frostbitten and you can't dodge out of it. That's twice now. God, that's a really annoying effect. I'm pretty sure in Dark Souls 3, frostbite was basically pointless. God, that stacks up pretty fast, actually. Why do you keep quit running? Could have run right into my soldier. What? How are you faster than me? I don't want to actually do that, because he can just cast a spell at me. And he's killed me doing that now. God damn it. Can't believe I insulted the follow-up to him. Saying that it was redundant, and he's hit me with it twice now. You can charge it? I swear the cast there was like slightly longer than initial. No! Jump attack! There we go, finally I get my fucking backstabs after that, man. Oh, how fast is that? No! I thought it was gonna dodge backwards. I got it this time. This time I got it. I really did not expect him to just do that again though. Just my horse, and immediately ran in the bush. The horse disappeared, and I was left hanging mid-air for like 20 seconds before dying. That doesn't sound right. I hope each of those seconds you spent mid-air, your performance was good. Run. There we go running. I want the souls. I want 200 souls. What? Okay, he has a tendency for that. Can I exploit those? It seems like whenever I walk at him and he's waking up, he will just do that attack again, which kills me. Shit. Oh, that can get him though, at least. No, no. Pew! Got him. What an asshole, man. Use full calling finger remedy to reveal summon signs of players from other worlds. Gold signs indicate ally, red signs indicate adversary. Multiplayer session will begin once either type has been summoned. Okay, so I can see signs now, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Taunter's tongue. What a prick! The fuck is a Taunter's tongue? Oh, that's a PvP currency item. It's got it. Turn to entrance. Hoover doofer. That guy blew, man. What a shitty guy. Hate that. It would have been okay if he just didn't have the double swing, which kills you. Thankfully, it was completely and totally optional, so whatever, but oh my god, what a lamer. Just extremely lame. I think I might have been able to do him faster if I just used the bow the whole time. Maybe. Just a very big problem was just that I did no damage and he did all the damage. That was kind of the worst thing about it.
A pleasure to thank goodness. I'm still looking for my own. It's not easy.
I wonder if any of you have any feelings about what I just did.
Tell me if she's a servant. She's been my companion. I've lost count of them.
If anyone did, maybe this guy would? The edgy one? No, it still has no real take on anything. Is there anything in this book room? Oh, there is a guy here.
What do you need? I have little.
Oh no, it's the same guy, he just moved. What do you mean a house guest?
Are you aggrieved at the notion you are but a visitant here? Then you would do well to remember the first words of grace given to you. Stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord. If those words held any meaning to you, follow the guidance of grace. Lay low the shard bearers and claim for yourself a great rune. Do so, and the doors to the Round Table's inner chamber will open, and you will receive the wisdom of the Two Fingers. Once the wisdom of the Two Fingers becomes your own, I'll impart to you a proper welcome. As a true member of the Round Table, I have high hopes for you. I'm sick and tired of them. These namby-pamby tarnished think us no more than a shelter from the rain. We've spoken long enough. I have matters to attend to.
Gotta read your D&D character sheets for the next session. I get it. There's nowhere to sit in here. Oh no, there's one chair. There's one chair. There's a lot of room and just one place to sit in. And a fireplace too. You don't want to sit at the fireplace? I don't know, man. Seems dubious to me. Spirit calling bell. Bell summons various spirits from ashen items. Wait, isn't that the same as my what was it again? Like jellyfish? Oh, it's very cheap. Can actually use a spear. Let's buy it so we have it. We can give it a try. Initially not a huge fan of spears, really. I'm going to give it a try, but I probably won't be impressed. Time to get the frig out of the round table. I'm pretty sure that's all the round table, I think. I think that's the last thing I could do in this place, was to kill that fella there. There's the bed woman.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more? The blessing is still aflame in your breast, dear. Would you like to be held? Regardless?
No,
Then
thank you.
good day to you.
Not sure what's that. Oh, dressing table. Cosmetics. It's just this just to customize yourself. Yeah, that's cool. So you're not locked into the character you created at the start on. Pretty sure I already went down though. I'll run down then. Cause I can teleport if there's nothing down here. Door. Yeah, there's a fog door, which you need the thing for. Yes, I need 2 more of those sword keys then before I can get in here. Stop hill. This is back where I got the jellyfish done. Still not sure what's going on with that. Oh, hang on. We need to attune stuff. Memorize spell. No. No. Ashes of War. Don't want to replace any of my skills though. I don't know how you use any of that stuff. Summons a spirit jellyfish, but I'm just confused by it. Is it because I don't have the stats for it? Living spirit that illuminates its surroundings. Prone to tears, jellyfish girl such as this in tome will bravely spew poison on her summon's behalf. It seems her name is Aurelia. Now I just need a way to summon these things, I guess. I don't understand. Why can't I summon them? Where's the Tauntestang? Lures in invaders. Ah, okay, just to have more PvP done. I bought a bell or something, didn't I? What was that bell I bought? A bell that summons various spirits from ashen items? What? What? What is that done? Oh, those flesh arrows are actually not as good as the arrows I bought. Huh. I figured they were probably better. Oh, that's actually a reasonably good looking R2. Although the first attack of it didn't actually look that good on it. Didn't do that much damage. I don't know, does that have good range? Something about it that has a good feel, at least. Even if it isn't good or whatever. Ah, checkpoint. Thank you. Oh, I want you to have your Ashen Spirit, no, even though I have no idea how to use them. Actually, that might be a crafting materials one. I still want the bug. Out of my way, I want the bug. Ash of Wall, yeah. That is the Ash one. Oh, now I can use the souls, I think. The fuck is shooting me? Oh, there's a cannon back there. Ow. Wait, is my blessing glowing at me? On the left, there's like a glowing little like symbol. What the fuck is that? There's so much like UI element and stuff in this game, which is not explained anywhere. Rude. I don't know where I'm going, dude. It's very scary backing off in here. These guys are chasing me in here and I don't like it. Stop! Just want to leave. Thank you. Okay, it looks somewhat safe. Not really at all. But this area here at least is safe. Oh, I forgot I can actually charge this thing as well. I think I might like the spear in this game more than I usually like spears. I feel like usually spears are like kind of just okay weapons. This actually feels pretty alright to use. Not bad. You can stay though. I don't mind you. No, break the skull. Break the skull. Where did the skull go now? I lost the skull, dude. Tragedy. That's so tragic. I lost my skull. It could have had like some items in it or something. I don't know. Usually skulls have it. I think I got lost in the bush or something. Oh, no skull for me. I think it's usually just got like a tiny soul item, and I think it's like maybe not even 200 souls, like 50 or something. Everyone's dying. Is it because a big roly-poly ball comes out of them? No. No. Little bonfire. Let's see. Gotta waste up the level first. So now I can't use the Lone Wolf Ashes anymore. It seems to be like when I've killed something, maybe? Oh, does that thing appear before bosses or something?
Foul tarnished
Oh, wasn't this in the first like reveal trailer?
of the Elden Ring,
Yeah, this was in the first reveal trailer.
flame of ambition.
I remember this guy. It's like a fawn or something. It's like a satyr, or maybe something. I don't know. He's a weird little guy. No, he's got the regular leggies. He's just very hairy.
Thy flame, let it be Margit the Fell.
Are you called Margit? Jellyfish. Poison. Wait, are you actually poisoned? No, it's not actually poisoned. Oh, ow, ouch, ouchie. Oh, he doesn't like my jellyfish. Big mistake. Oh, his tail is not for show. He's got like a weird manticore tail or something. Actually did like a little swipey with it. He does bleed. Is it knife time? I don't know if it's ever knife time, but I do like bleeding things. Oh no, that's when he decides to tail you. If you attack him too much from behind, it tells you. So you gotta be a bit careful. Oh no, he is poisoned. He is absolutely poisoned. Yes. Oh, is that what the yellow like fart gas on him is? Is that him being poisoned? Oh, that bleed!
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
No, my jellyfish! Ow. I can't just resummon my jellyfish, can I? Oh! No, I'm not dead. Nah, I'm dead. Still poisoned. He's actually... Hang on, look at the poison! It's kind of rinsing him. That poison's kind of rinsing him, actually. Wait. So what the fuck are these... Is this summon shit? What's going on with it? Oh, I'm using the Bella board, I think, for summoning. No! I baited him. I attacked him too much. I was like, no, stop bleeding me. Oh, he runs! I was thinking, like, why are you winding that up all the way over there? There's no way that's gonna hit me, right? He runs up first. Do these like spirits count as like co-op partners? What's the deal with them? Like, do they take up a slot as like a player? Because I really didn't expect one to just like stay around after it did its attack, you know? Oh, he runs up quite fast. Whoa. It seems like it is pretty helpful to actually like back off and like fight him down here. And after he's down here, then you run behind him and then fight him like this again. Because he misses you when he goes up this little hill here. Ow! Got greedy.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
No, my jelly! It's fine, it's already poisoned. That's all I want. Ow! Oh, attack, please! Ow. You gotta have some bleed on you, man. You won't bleed. Just want you to bleed, dude. There is a bleed. Ow! I can't dodge that move. Can't get like the memory of when to dodge that. It's awkward to dodge them as well because I keep worrying about the level because it's like it's so narrow on each side. If you just keep dodging backwards, it's very easy to just fall off. I think. Yeah, enough of the knife. I think it's not really doing much. This jellyfish though. This jellyfish fucking rules. Love this jellyfish. Yeah, close call on missing the jellyfish and having the greatest ally. This guy's a great dude. No, don't do my jellyfish, no. Don't do that to my jellyfish. Ow. Ow. I'm being greedy. I'm trying to fuck around and see what my R2 can do. Wow, why is the spear not hitting? It's a spear. You'd think like the range would be like what would sell me on using it. Ow. Ow. This doesn't really have a whole lot of gaps. I can't really get too greedy with them. As much as I'd like to. Oops.
Well, thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
Oh! No, if you go around, he will home in on you. It's pretty good tracking. Ow! He has like really quick follow-ups. Like he'll do like swing and then like a swing like right afterwards. So it feels kind of like I kind of have to dodge back, I think, to just gain distance away from him. What do wolves do? Oh no, it's a lone wolf. What do you mean, lone wolves? Ow! No, that was a bad time to dodge backwards. A wolf, no! Yeah, one of them was just really got it though. Oh, that thing was in the way. It blocked my running attack. Rude. The jellyfish was a lot stronger than these wolves. Ow! Ow! Dude, he's an asshole. Dude, he's a big asshole. Huge prick. Might be like different sort of fellas, good for different sort of areas. But the wolves was not exactly the sort of friend I'd want to use that, I think. Maybe the jellyfish was like a better friend. Anyway, the jellyfish doesn't have to be there. I think the jellyfish goes like pretty well over here. Oh, I don't have any slots really. Well, I don't care about it. No, yeah, I'll keep the jellyfish down there. I'll try the shield for a bit, actually. Oh, I see. I use actually a lot of mana to cast these sorceries. So they're kind of summoner magic, I guess. It's not just like a way to summon an NPC as like that sort of thing. Oh, he's poisoned already. That's really sick. It is like a type of wizardry to have these guys out. So I guess you could spec into like the strong NPCs in the future, probably, right? Ow! He's got so much health. I would really benefit from like a weapon upgrade material though, like just one. No, yeah, just one more, because they gave me just one, but it never gave me the second one, so I haven't gotten to upgrade a weapon at all. So it's kind of restricting how much damage I can do.
Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
Ow! Ow! No, don't do it. He's got like kind of wonky hitboxes. Like not on his attacks, but like him. It's like I swear my animations are kind of stroking him, but like they're not connecting. When is it stacking me? He fucking swerved! He was so mad! Shit. It's such a blag that he like, before the animation before he throws the knife is to stab the ground. I stabbed his tail and I was like, you fucking did what? You did what to my what? And fucking swerved around and hammered me, man. Just did not expect that. For the rapier. Actually, what's the damage comparison? Oh, the spear is actually way more damage. Yeah, spear is actually pretty good for me. Yeah, I don't see why I wouldn't use the spear, actually. Oh, I can use my weapon now, too. Not that it's gonna make a huge amount of difference, but I got it. Yeah, because that's gonna make a difference, like, against regular enemies, where I can use like a big attack to stunt on the poise. I can actually use the Spirit Jellyfish Ashes thing right now. Oh, let's do desummon it. Nah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, like those dodge attacks, I swear I'm actually like connecting the blows with him. I swear. Looks like it. I think I gotta be a little bit more slow. Because I feel like a lot of his attacks are very reactable. I just feel like they're gonna be fast, but like they're actually quite slow. Yeah, I can't really use much more than R1 though. I committed to using an R2 there, and like he just like slapped me right afterwards because obviously he's got poise, so he doesn't really care about heavy attacks. Ow! I think I got hit by every single one of those things though, man. Each time he's done the like slap into the hammer, I definitely gotten clipped by it. I just have a hard time with those kinds of animations where they're like extremely delayed. Especially when they're in combination with like otherwise quite fast attacks. I think I want to use heavy if it's focusing on my jellyfish. Or not even then, because like his hitboxes are fucking scuffed, man. Are you seeing that? They are scuffed. I'm definitely hitting it, like touching his model, but like not his hitbox. You gotta be like, yeah, look at that. Actually, no. I think it's his aiming. I think the aiming is a problem. I think the lock-on is like too high in his body. So I aim this spear upwards, so it doesn't reach as far as it would otherwise. That definitely felt more consistent though, when I didn't lock on. Oh, I thought I could maybe do a visual like that when that happened before. That didn't do very much damage though.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in my veins. Tarnished.
I think maybe I don't have enough FP now to resummon it, maybe. It does look like I have over 50% though. And I did cast it already, so I think I should be able to cast it if it's just an FP concern. Ow. Ow. God, his reach is long. Oh, I think that was a problem with effective range though. I didn't do any damage, but I hit. Oh no! It's because the damage number is always showing up because it's always poisoned. That's why it didn't feel like I did any damage. It did. It just didn't register. Shit! Oh, he goes so far. He goes so far. He goes really far first, and I'm like, okay, I did it. I got it out of the way. And then he does it again. I think it's like the follow-up might not go quite as far, but it's got quite like a huge amount of carry on this follow-up as well, actually. Jellyfish, do. Jellyfish. Oh, the lock-on sucks so much. It's the lock-on. It's definitely lock-on. It like, I'm like in the range that would hit him, and then I end up not hitting anyway. And it's because of the lock-on being on like a weird place on him. Like if it was around his waist, I would end up hitting him way more than around his shoulders. Oh, he doesn't fall up after that. Ouch. Yeah, I want to go away, I think, and then in. Ooh, that's a fun attack. That did a decent amount of damage. Oh, that's so much damage. So much poise damage. No! Every time. Oh, and every time that as well. That's full up there every time too, man. He does the one. It does. It's not even the 1-2. It's like a 1-3. It gives him the 1-2 with the stick into the hammer, and I'm like, I always get hit by this because I wait for the hammer thing, and then he slaps with the staff, so I get like hit by something I wasn't looking at, and then I dodge away. And when I dodge away, he has like an attack timed up that perfectly links up for when he does the jump attack, which then oh, hang on, my jellyfish isn't out. Shit. And then I get hit out of that. I get hit like after in my recovery, during my recovery of the dodge. Stop that. No, 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 no. Ouch. There's a knockdown on that? That's crazy. It's such a wacky attack. It works though. If it works, it works. Poor jellyfish though, taking a beating. That? What's the hitbox on the spear plunge? That looks crazy. I did not think I would hit him though. Jesus. How much poise damage does that do?
Well, thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
Is he poisoned yet? He's not even. I got him into phase 2 before I poisoned him. That kind of sucks actually, doesn't it? Now he's poisoned. And then he does the other one. Oh no, don't jump! I feel I'd get away with the jump, but no I can't. No! I might have screwed up this one. Pretty bad. He's gonna stack it down though. No, he's not. Nado? No, he's not. No, ow. That one, man, is so fast. It feels fast anyway, when he like zooms at you, slaps you. No riding areas? What kind of place is this? You can't do that, that's illegal. I got a right to ride wherever I please. Jeez. That's why we gotta like take over this joint. It's just not acceptable to be treated this way. I'm a sovereign citizen, man. Ow. Ow. Stop, dude. He's gonna stun now, though. There he gets stunned. Nope. Now he is. Come on, where's the stun? Come on, where's the stun? 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 Stun! I should have counted hits though. How many hits it takes to stun him like that. I guess I could do it now. One. Two. Three. Four. 4 hits? Alright, so at least 4 hits, and I can get a stun. Might be more if I don't get them as spaced as short as that. Because I managed to get those that pretty close together, right? Which is a benefit, because it probably goes down with time. Oh my god. No, I'm a jellyfish! Man, I'm getting mad crits on them actually. Oh my god, the reach! I really didn't think that was gonna hit me though. No! That was fast. Shit! That was unfortunate at times. He goes from coast to coast with that, man. Dude, from coast to coast! Yeah. I think if he does that, it's actually better to just run up to him. I was thinking that, like, what if I just run away? And, he doesn't have a max distance on it. He just goes to where you are, basically, with that, doesn't he? I got a strap now, though. It's a goofy strap, but I got one. Got him looking goofy, man. Much easier. Nope. One more. That's so dumb. One. Two. Shit, jumped, should have dodged. 3. And 4. No. Whoa! Here. Oh no, he went into phase 2 there. When he goes into phase 2, it doesn't matter how much poison damage he done. I guess you can't stun him out of that. Means I can do it now though. One. Ow! 2. 3. So next one, hopefully. Nah. Oh, at this rate, might not even be the next one now. There, it was the next one still. Nice. So it's most likely 5, but it's not too bad getting 4. Oh, I ran out of stamina. I got greedy. What are you doing over there, man? I got strategy over there. Got him. This is the clowniest shit, man. that was such a clowny run of him, man. Wait, 12,000 souls? Wait, did I lose my souls? I think I've forgot to pick up my souls on some run. I wonder if I could have done like an easy encounter before this. It was 12,000, that's a lot. Oh man, I lost my souls. I had like 1,000 of them. Bummer. Bummer, I don't know where they are. Yeah, I lost them. Must have forgotten to pick them up in one of the attempts. That's too bad. How much strength do they need for a crossbow? I think the crossbow's probably kind of bad, but... 14. 16 attacks, jeez. Oh man, I barely can't afford it. If only I managed to pick up my souls. If I didn't forget, I would have been able to get that now. I can kill like a goon and get it back. There's no goons here though. You know what I'm actually really enjoying about this game is that it's specifically a whole new universe. Like everything is very similar, very familiar feeling. Like mechanically, I know basically exactly what's going on. There's no really real surprises with like how this spear works. Well, there are some.
Come over here, would you?
I did some stuff that I did not expect, but overall, it's very similar with some twists, basically, right? But it's really cool to have like a world where like I can see an area and not be like, oh, that's that place in Dark Souls, isn't it? It's new. I don't have any expectations of where like the story or zones or anything are going. It's really cool.
I would advise against taking the main gate into the castle. It's tightly guarded by hardened old hands. Oh, try the opening right here. The guards don't know about it. You'll breach the castle undetected.
Is this patches? I was about to say like I hope I don't see patches or anything, man, because they've done it so many times now.
Yes, that's the spirit. You're just the kind of tarnished that I like.
He's gonna kick me down a hole.
I pray for your success. You The guards haven't a clue. You'll slip right inside. Your I pray.
That's the main gate. Try right. Oh. Is that a flag fire filtering? Full killing finger rim. Oh, I guess that's a consumable. I already got one of those. I got one of those from killing that like really hard as nails invasion earlier. Hello. So I guess that's a consumable to do some sort of multiplayer fun. Beware of item. Fire grease. Ooh. That's a material. Where is this? Breach. I actually have no idea where I am right now. That's a staircase I went up, I think. After the boss fight, right? Yeah, after the boss fight. I think I'm gonna go back. Like a teeny tiny bit to where there were like lads. So I can get like 100 or so souls. Just so I can level up and equip my crossbow. Because I did pay a whole ass key to get that crossbow. And it'll be a way for me to use my bolts as well. Because I think arrows are somewhat premium. I don't want to just like use all my arrows, you know? First impression of this game though, definitely a really fun game. This is definitely got like very good first impression for me. I really enjoyed my few hours, my first day of Elden Ring. This is actually really sick. It's actually more than I expected, I think. I had generally not low, but very few expectations for Elden Ring. I wasn't expecting much at all. I've not been very hyped or anything at all. It's just been a thing that I knew was coming at some point. I was like, it'll be cool when it's out, but I'm not holding my breath when Elden Ring is coming out. So I wasn't really looking at like trailers. I didn't really like try to glean any sort of details about the game from like interviews or anything. I was just like, it comes out when it comes out. I'm not gonna be miserable about the game being delayed or anything. It's just it'll be a thing that'll come out, and when I'm gonna play it, I'm gonna be happy with it. And I think from a first day of it, it's pretty brilliant. Hey T, hello, welcome, hello. It's nice to see you. Nothing but positive things about the game so far. It's brilliant. Yeah, it's really good. The one thing that you hear that like is not like strictly speaking a positive thing is that the game kind of runs not amazingly on PC for everyone. So that's not great. Some people have called the game like optimized like garbage, basically. Like a lot of people don't think it runs particularly well. So it seems like you can get unlucky with your computer in regards to how well the game will run for you. Like some people have like graphics cards that are better than mine, newer than mine, but they're struggling to run it, and it's weird. Don't really know what's going on. You know? I've already played in 5 years. Yeah, you got some Souls games to catch up on if you wanna do all of that before playing Elden Ring. But when you do, it'll maybe run better on the computer, right? Or the world's over, you know? I'm making sure I play Elden Ring right now before I I get like I die from like radiation boils or anything like that, you know. I gotta stock them on some iodine pills. I'm really happy that the game runs fairly well for me. It's still like not perfect. It got some mild issues. But fuck are you? You're like a bird with like claws on your talons. Good thing I got the spear so I could actually hit it. Jeez, what the fuck? Excuse me. Yeah, let's put it away for now. So I don't use all my arrows. Let's try a crossbow. One good thing about the crossbow, of course, is that you can use it one-handed. Is there something that can be fixed with a couple patches or something? Yeah, I think you can. Absolutely. This is the same engine as Sekiro, I'm pretty sure. And that's the same engine as Dark Souls 3, I'm pretty sure. And that's the same engine as Bloodborne, I'm pretty sure. Like, these games can run better, and this one just isn't. And it's probably because they are making levels in a way they're probably not used to, I think, probably. It'd be interesting to see the game in wireframe. I'd really love to see the game run in wireframe, to see exactly what the game is rendering at any time. Because like they might have made like a rookie mistake of like rendering way too much of the world. Like right now I can't see on the other side of this castle here, but maybe it's rendered anyway, right? Actually, I don't know if that's even true. That they haven't worked with like big worlds before, you know? Because Dark Souls is that. Dark Souls is a huge world. And it's seamless. There's no loadings in Dark Souls. Dude, these birds are hard as nails. They are fucking metal, dude. Stormhawk Feather. I'll take him. Don't mind if I do. A single bolt? No, it's 10 bolts, okay. It tells you what item you got, but you have to look bottom right to see how many you got. Yeah, I think right now they're telling people to install patches. Just no, they're telling people to update the patches, the drivers, sorry. Just update your drivers, Lamau. Just do it. And James came in and said like, there's nothing more frustrating than having totally up-to-date drivers and being told to update your drivers. I gotta agree with him though. Very frustrating. Those guys do so much damage. Flight Pinion. That's hello. I see you. Oh my god. The scariest thing about it is that it goes until it hits you as well. If you back off, that's not enough. It flies until it hits you. So you have to do something defensive. Oh my god, there's more of you? I'm fucking dead, dude. Oh my fucking god. Oh, maybe some 3 of them. Dope. Dope. I can actually upgrade something now. This creature design is fucking hysterical. It's just a fucking big falcon with two long claws attached to his talons. What maniac lives in his castle, dude? What absolute fucking sicko. That's your telescope? I knew I was gonna be disappointed by this fucking telescope, dude. What the fuck? That's the wrong button. Do not dodge out of your telescope. I cannot ride in this area, by the way. The loading screen did tell me about the no ride zones, and I guess this is one of them. What the fuck is that? It's like holes in the wall. I guess something grew in there? Like worms or something? Or it got shelled. But by what? Oh, by boats, I guess? Why is there a... Why did they put a marker there? Oh, the marker's in the ocean. Get out of it. Wait, what? There it is. It just takes a while to disappear. I need a bonfire real bad. I also need to get out of the zone. Oh, hello. There. Oh, oh, buddy. Buddy. Oh, that's ominous. It feels kind of ominous when you find these Jesus statues here. I guess this one isn't too... Because last time it was like obviously a boss fight. This doesn't feel strict speaking obviously a boss fight. What's this area? Isn't this where I first found a bird is? Oh my god. No, 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 no. Okay, so all the birds I killed were extremely optional. I did not have to do that. So right now I feel fairly into the short spear thing. The fuck is this? Cipher powder. That's the thing I got earlier. I need 30 faith for it? Oh, it's like words. Fist words. Shring. Unblockable blade. Okay. Words. What's the scaling on spear? DD. Versus the rapier. What I lose? Lose. So the rapier has better dex scaling, and bows have better dex scaling. Or maybe they don't. I don't know. I think they usually have better dex scaling. And less critical. Also, this rapier is way lighter. Obviously, I lose range. I lose my sick-ass plunge attack, which I've been loving this thing. Bonk. He's used the spear for a while. I'm gonna upgrade the spear. I'm not too convinced by just using the rapier anyway. If I was gonna use like some sort of weapon like that, some sort of... Is it called a foil? Or is that just another type of these weapons? I don't know. Thrusting swords. Well, if I was going to use any of those things, I'll probably use the S-lock. Rather than a rapier. So... I don't really know if I really want to commit to just regular rapier. I guess the rapier might have a fun skill. No, they have the same skill. Exact same skill. Impaling Thrust. Both of them.
Took you for no matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
It's got such a huge face. Duplication. I need lost ashes of war to duplicate one. Storm Stomp. I don't want to use these because I might want to have him on a better weapon, you know.
The girl you brought here, she's crestfallen and can scarcely swing a blade, but she has a gift for spirit tuning. I saw another one like her long ago. Their eyes share the same hue. I see you've noticed the chains. Nothing special. I'm a prisoner and these are my chains. I'm trapped by the hold. I'm dying, smithing for
This guy doesn't have teeth growing in weird places. He's got fingernails growing in weird places as well. See that on this shoulder there? On his right upper arm? No, left upper arm? Look like just big fingernails growing out of his skin.
No, don't read too much into it. Well, no grudge against you. My being a prisoner is no fault of yours. Besides, I don't mind smithing. Despite my differences, the weapons get stronger all the same. Given time, technique never fails. Besides, it helps me forget the sheer terror of her.
Oh, this whole consideration of like if I can upgrade or not. That was moot. Totally moot point. So what did I got some stones, but it was not smithing stones. What was that? I got 5 of them. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, these are all just called smithing stones, but they're like a different rarity on them. I don't like that so much. I like the designation of like of shards to chunks to shards to large shards to chunks to slabs. I thought that was helpful. But I guess the numbers are kind of illegible if you don't know the systems already. Because you know what a 1 is from a 3, I guess. Yeah, so I still can't upgrade fucking anything, so I'll have plenty of opportunities to find other weapons to use, I guess.
Ah, you appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then, may the golden...
Don't need incantations.
A pleasure to thank goodness. I'm still looking for my own purpose. Not easy by any means, but it's what I must do. You're telling me I possess some kind of gift? I don't believe you. But if I do have this talent, and goodness knows it would be my first, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me. Certainly he does appear intimidating and holds no love for us tarnished. But I know he's trapped here at the Round Table Hold, so I can tell. He's a gentle soul underneath it all.
I wasn't quite sure who Hugh was,
I do have a
but I think that's the guy who
talent
refuses to speak to us.
And goodness knows that would be
Well, who refuses to welcome us, specifically.
I should try to hone it. I'll ask Master.
This guy over here. Unless you're Hugh?
Further study, I can happily...
No, your brother
May the
Corin.
golden order...
Either you or you.
We've spoken, look.
It doesn't say his name. I'm gonna rest and see if anything changes. That's usually in some of these games what all it takes. Oh, hang on, pass time.
If I do, I suppose I'll ask Master Hugh.
Well, maybe I have to zone out
Sure
them.
to tell me she's a servant. She's been my companion. I've lost count of them, honestly.
Hugh isn't gonna be this guy, is it? I don't know if this is a guy even. Twin Maiden Husks. It's about a scimitar too. Wonders will this work? Do you need like 2 of the identical weapon? Oh, I can't test it because there's like a ceasefire in this place. But if I go here, I really need to find a better place for my light here. It keeps falling off. So that's not it. Yeah, and that's just that, but can I do this? Yeah, I don't know how your power stance. Well, if there was a power stance there, I don't know if I have it. I don't know if I have the controls. I don't know if those weapons are compatible. But I do know it's in the game. There is some sort of power stance in the game. But I don't know exactly what you do to what the prerequisites are. Where am I? Did I go around here? Is this bird place? No, this is a different area. Oh my god, I'm fucking lost. Lock on strikes again. Oh, am I fucking dead? No, I can jump. Thankfully, there's a jump button in this. What level are the shields? Prefer the one that has like at least like 90% block. Is that that's fine. Like whenever I play Dark Souls now, I never use 100% like physical block shields. I never do that because there's just better shields if I, for like 90 because of these effects on them. So I have like shields that are 100%, but I'll just dodge most of the things, and then I'll just carry shields for this effect. But so I'll be happy with 90. Oh no, this is I've been here. I've been there. Now I remember. We came it the other way around. It's a bit easy to get lost in areas like this, like different directions, because the environment is just sort of terrain. It's not quite as distinct as the other games, I feel. Sometimes with like, they'll mostly be in like castles or buildings or around the castles and buildings. So you kind of have some stuff to look for. But if you're just like at a cliff edge, it's harder to not quite see where you've been. What is this? Have I been here? Domebell Castle. Have not. But there's more outside. I saw a building. I gotta go check that out first before going to the castle. Whoa! Crystal Bud. Yes, that is new, indeed. Take it, whatever it is. Lunia of the Lakes. No, I've been there before. I've been to Lunia of the Lakes. Wait, what? How did it get here? I'm all twisted up, man. No, I've been in here, right? No. No, I haven't. Shut up, have I? I'm twisted up, man. I'm lost. Sacred Tear. What is that? What is a Sacred Tear? improved. Oh, Sacred Flask potency. The rules. The flask is so shit right now, man. It doesn't restore any health at all. Blessing of the Earth Tree, worshipped in the churches of all lands. This is but a faint vestige. During the age of the Earth Tree, these teas were used to spread the faith, for theirs was once of a certain blessing.
You're tarnished, aren't you? Then perhaps you could spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
Absolutely. 10 runes. I'll give you 10 runes. I'll give you 100. I'll give you everything in my bags, brother.
My name is Topes.
Topes?
Presuming you're interested,
How is his name not
I
Fops?
can teach you sorceries, as promised.
Fops.
Only none of them are particularly great.
Oh, I have some confidence in your sorceries. Winston, Pebble. What do I need for this? Int. 10 int. Winston Arc. Starlight.
Apologies, friend. I'm afraid my meager sorceries are no match for your generosity. All right. I can tell you what I know about this place. That should help a bit. You've seen that structure to the north, towering over the water. That's the Academy of Rea Lucaria, where we study glintstone sorceries. Only its doors have been closed for quite some time now. After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here. As you might have guessed, the seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key. And so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer with little chance of acquiring a key.
The key. There's a keys for the Academy.
Just popped out. And now I'm uprooted from my place of learning. Why not find yourself a glintstone key?
It sounds easier said than done.
You can't pass through the Academy, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital. And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient.
I'll be here. I'll stay here. Wink, wink.
Donating it to me?
Of course.
I know it. I'm a bluntstone. Nary a hint of talent for sorcery. But still, my place is at the Academy. Find yourself without one, and you'll never...
Sure thing. This guy's gotta have, like, a little bit more confidence, man. Come on, he can cast spells. He can cast wizardry. If you can do that, it doesn't matter, like, how good your spells are. You can cast spells. You're a wizard, Fops. Come on. The weather's cleared up a bit now, actually. You can actually see what's in the distance a little bit. Fuck knows how you get to these, like, islands, though. What is that guy fighting? There's a phantom fighting something. Oh. Oh, hello, there's more of you. Oh, fuck me! They're not messing around, dude. They're not messing around, dude. Not at all. There is a horse on this. It's very good. Got him. Oh shit! I'm fat rolling. much HP have we got, dude? You're a little bony boy. Come on, man. You got saved by rock there, dude. Get off that rock. I couldn't move around you. I'm gonna dodge that, piece of shit. I know you're not gonna swing at me. What? I was denied a backstab, man. I knew it was gonna be a backstab, though. No! I was brave. I shouldn't have been. You really delayed that attack. Drunk. What you got for me? He got nothing. He won't die. He's a bony. Got you? almost forgot. The bonies don't die, dude. Just come back. Just spent so long trying to kill that dude, and he's just like, fuck you. Yeah. That's what you get, you pieces of shit. I got your warming stone. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. Just gonna peace out because you slow little bonies. Freaking pricks, man. He took a bunch of my flask charges as well, no? Oh no, oh no, fall damage is non-existent. Okay, cool. You never know with these games. It might be Dark Souls 2, it might be Dark Souls 1. You might be able to take all the fall damage or nothing. What is that rustling sound? Bonies? Oh fuck, that's bonies. Oh, there's an item as well. And if I know one thing about Dark Souls is if you see bonies chilling out with an item, that item's good, man. The bonies always protect a sick ass item right next to them. Oh no, there's more bonies, dude. Give it to me. Give me the item. No, the Academy Scroll. I don't know what it is that even. Birds? Gotta be a bit wary when I see birds now, man. They might have big, like, claws attached to them. Give it to a learned sorcerer to acquire new sorceries. Who could that be? Who could such a sorcerer be? Warming Stone. Uses FP to continuously heal nearby allies. It's consumable though. But that's pretty cool. This is a pretty poor way of delivering tutorials. It's just a big pile of them in your bag. I think what's making me so heavy is this new armor I got, plus his crossbows. Crossbow is super heavy. It's nice though, you can have it in one hand. You do have to reload it though, that's the thing. It does feel quite different from a regular bow to use. Hey buddy.
Back to learn another? Why, of course. Find yourself.
I guess he's not a learned sorcerer then. I can't believe I didn't get any souls for killing a bony man because he just came back to life. That's so rude. Unbelievable. Oh, I'm on the west side of. I thought it was the east side for it. Right, let's go into the castle then. know there was a fucking bonfire right there. I didn't see that at all. Oh, no, apparently I did know, because I already got it. Never mind. I'm a liar. I'm a friggin' blackguard. Bastard blackguard. Okay. Shabiri grape. Hey, ghost fella. What's your deal? Maiden de maiden, where are you? Please, take my grapes. Use a grape to fantasize a woman. Well, what was actually a quote? There's some book where you could say something like, where it says like, I think it's like dating advice or something in the book, and it says like, use cheese to enthrall women. Fuck, what was the actual thing? Oh, the actual thing is so much funnier. Like, it like describes cheese as like mind control devices. The fuck is that? So weird. See that? Look, the fire effect, or like I guess the light effect there makes it look like the wall is illusory, but it's not. Regular wall. Unless. Now I was thinking like maybe it uses the Dark Souls 2 format of illusory walls, where you don't attack the illusory wall, you use the wall. No, it's just a weird room. It's just a really weird room, unless I'm missing something. It's empty. You'd think there was something going on or not. Oh, I can't actually attack in here. Guess it's like an NPC area. It's like a safe zone. Try gesture. Be wary of God. Old statues. Who's that? Oh, you're from the cutscene. You are from the cutscene, fella. I know you. You're from the opening cutscene. So you're like probably a boss. Probably when I kill him, I should probably come here. The fuck? What a weird place. There's just empty rooms. There's nothing going on. No, there's one thing going on. A bunch of people died here. Not sure that happens. Door ahead, but you can't open it. Why are people dying? Doesn't say. Should it say? And no, look, phantoms are appearing. That's weird. It's because these are like fake bloodstains. These are like developer bloodstains. Because they do like put out developer bloodstains sometimes just to prank you. I swear, like I think it's in Dark Souls 2, where there's like a ladder around like a merchant. There's like a shit ton of bloodstains everywhere. And like, I don't understand where they're from. Like, no one can die though. There's no fights. Nothing's happening. Why is a bunch of bloodstains there? I think that they just put out like a bunch of bloodstains there just to like, sort of prank you. That like, what if there's a mimic here? I guess that's it. Yeah, but look at the grapes. Maybe the grapes have some sort of clue. Maybe some sort of great clue from these grapes. Yellowing, oozing eyeball of the infirm. That's the effect of it, apparently. Oh, it's a cat. Yellowing, oozing eyeball of the infirm. The surface is shriveled and inside is squishy, not unlike a large, overly ripe grape. Give it to the blind maiden to guide her to the distant light. Okay. I got one thing and I saw a weird throne. So this is gonna lead me to the bridge, like a dilapidated bridge, right? Maybe I haven't been. This is going deeper than I thought it was gonna. I don't really recognize this area anymore. No, it's a dilapidated bridge. Yeah, no, I've been there. It's just that was a longer trek than I remembered it being. Is that the chapel they're glowing? Oh, hello. Big giant fella on a big throne. I saw a throne kind of like that. I don't know if the throne I saw was as big as that. It's a very big throne. Yeah, it actually marked the Church of Area for me. I want to go north. That way. How did I get down there? Yeah, so these are the sort of performance hitches I was talking about earlier, where it like kind of hitches when you load. I'm not really getting a whole lot of frame rate drops, but when I load, it hits you. Oh, I should have said, yeah. If you're wondering like what sort of computer I got as well, so you know, like, would this game run for me? I've got an i7. I don't remember exactly the model anymore. The exact model. I keep thinking 4790K, but I'm pretty sure that's like that's a chip I used to have. That's not the one I have now. That's like a 10-year-old CPU by now. It's like 9700K or something. I got, I think. Feel that? And I got a GTX 1080, regular 1080, no, not Ti. 16 gigs of RAM, and I'm also on Windows 11. I am on Windows 11. If that makes any difference. Oh, I'm starting to do a little bit less damage than I'd like. Are you wizards? I guess you've just threw like a wizarding urn at me. I don't know if you're wizards. Yeah, you're throwing wizarding urns. That's a ton of damage though, I don't like it. Got him. Ow! My frames! I really hurt my frames. It is a bit disappointed that I'm having issues just a little bit like that though, because it feels very unlike any other Souls game. There's like no, oh fuck me, dude. How many of those they home so hard on you, man? You have to die. They don't... Usually those homing things, they struggle with actually getting you. Can't go against them. Because they'll go towards you, but they'll have a hard time like turning towards you, right? What the fuck? I'm being owned by a slope! Oh, okay. So this area is the worst area I've been to so far. It has not been this bad in any other area, man. Oh, buddy. Oh, I can make arrows. 25, 40, 35. These are pretty good arrows. Fletched. The fletching adds distance. Bone bolt. 40. Not bad. I can try to zoom towards a bonfire. So I get some health. You got fucking double jump, dude. I didn't really see that long. Ah, I thought it was an item. That's not an item, that's a bonfire. Touch graze. Skellies. This isn't towards the area I want to be though. Unless it roundabouts leads to the area I want to be. No, it definitely does not. This road leads away from where I want to be. This. Well, I guess I may as well just check out what's going on here. Now that I have the horse, I can just sort of ride around kind of non-committally and kind of gaze at what the situation is. Without being like stuck anywhere. Is that a fucking bone blimp? Stormwalk Fell. You'd love to see it. We can make some more fletched arrows. Oh, hello. This is us far down. I've got them. No, we did. I was next to like a swamp area at the very start of the game, I think. Oh, hello. That's not a giant enemy crab. That's a giant enemy lobster, dude. That's fucking great. What a cool dude. Whoa! Just gushed at me. Gosh darn it. Purified runes. Okay, yeah. Watch out for giant enemy lobsters. Those guys, they take no prisoners, man. Where am I? It's good enough. Purified runes got added to my map. They did that as if the purified runes are some sort of big deal. Why? What's that? Oh, hang on, what's the glintstone I got? I got the glintstone at some point. Oh, that's just the urns that they chucked, probably. Weird. There's nothing here. It really is just nothing here. It's marked on my map and everything. Why have I got another marker again? it's when I tried to teleport at some point. I don't want a bunch of markers everywhere. I don't want to mess things up. Can I climb this or something? I don't see why I would. Yeah, there's no upper floor here. Just shitty ruin. Oh, hello, ghost. Ghost, 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 ghost. Surrounded by a bunch of mushrooms. Okay. Come out, one and all, from the darkness underground. Let us offer unto the maiden our eyes. And let... No, that's it. That's what I want to say. Wait there. Okay. You do you, buddy. That's a tanky dog. Ouch. That did not go as planned. Jesus, that got messed me up. No, don't touch that. Lips of that trumpet, sir. Absolutely no tromboning today. Unless it's of the rusty variety. Yeah, that's what I did to your buddy, dude. You sure you want to mess with me? You sure? Oh no! Get the fuck out of here. They got urns. They got the urns! Those urns are horrible. They are so horrible. They home on you so hard. Oh, I got a statue of Marika. Saying Marika is weird, man. Every time I see that name, though, I'm like, you mean Marika? What's Marika? So this is a checkpoint that's very close. I got lucky. I didn't even see this checkpoint even. Okay. 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 These guys are too uncreative to parry, man. They just don't do it. Dude! Do literally anything else, man. Alright, fuck you. I'm sick of you. Sick of your shit, dude. You are also too slow. Yeah, these guys are too shitty to parry. They're just doing dumb shit, man. Fuck. Dude, it's fucking crossbow time. Freaking assholes. I know you earn tricks, man. Your earns are horrible. Yeah, I'm gonna load that bolt. Let's go keep it ready. I'm gonna stab him and I have the bolt ready. If he tries any tricks. God, the spear is so fucking strong in this game, man. I'm well impressed with this spear. It doesn't even do like gimp damage or anything. It's one of the strongest options weapons. Oh, that goes through defense really nicely, actually. No, piss off. Yeah, that's what I thought. Should have tried it when I was riposting your friend, buddy. I think I'm like destroying the stamina when they block me with that, and that's why it keeps like buckling them like that. So cuckoo glintstone, thank you. I'll take all of them. They seem right cheesy. How are you not? I need some weapon upgrades, dude. Fuck these chumps here. They should be dead from visceral attack. What is that? Oh, just a little logo. Don't worry about it, just a little logo. I thought it was like maybe some sort of magic symbol though. Doggo. These dogs don't mess around for some reason. I don't. Is it a fur? Is it repelling my attacks? Ooh, oh no, I did hit it. I thought I didn't hit it for a second because there wasn't a sound effect. There was no chonk. It's like, how did my spear just go right through it? Bernice. Not interested in Bernice. The fuck is that? What is that? It's like a big face with a bunch of steaks in a gob. Should have realized it's the when he ate that gobstopper that it didn't stop his gob. He was doomed the moment it touched his lips. What's going on there, buddy? What are you up to? You look a cannon? The fuck are you? So you're what made us big holes in the wall, maybe? Are you flashy or are you mechanical? Nope. They just made it look like that, I guess. Why? Why did you do that? It's a whole bunch of them. Little ghost army. Don't worry about it. So I'm definitely pro ghosts in this conflict, right? Don't you dare. Yeah, look at how well they're home, even when I'm mounted. Right? That's insane. Willy Wonka went too far. These, yeah, that's what I didn't realize, that these, he should have known that he shouldn't be ordering the unstoppable kind of gobstoppers. He should have ordered the stoppable kind. No. Well, at least it only hurt my horse. Hey, zongies. Hey, ghost zongies. Hey, they're pazanas. Okay, hello. Yep, that's a giant. Don't worry too much about it. Just keep running. I feel like I'm leaving so much behind me right now. I'm like running and I'm just covering so much ground. I don't know. I don't even know where I am right now. What the? Oh fuck! Oh fuck! There's a wizard up there, dude. And this wizard is definitely no joke. No joke. Stop! They're all wizards, man. Glintstone Craftsman's Cookbook. Nice, nice, nice. Hi, wizard. Would you like to engage in mortal wizard battle? I cannot provide you with any spells against your wizardry, but I can stab you. Oh my god, you had. See ya. What? How did it not bounce off? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Nice. I got it. Ooh, I got some Discord messages. I gotta respond to those. 1 second. I got it. Carrion Glintblade Staff. I guess that's a cast sorceries then. Ah, so I have the means now. I was thinking earlier, like, well, why would I buy sorceries if I can't do a chasm? Why would I do that? Now I've got the means. Yeah, I thought for sure I was gonna chuck that guy off though. And he just held on. I don't want to climb down with it. I think I gotta leave before I get the spell to death here. I don't even want to go in this direction anyway, I just want to see what's going on. We're back here. I got a heap of souls. What can I do with that?
We've spoken long enough.
Have we talking
If I do have
we talked to that Master Hurst yet? Hugh. Hugh. Second. Oh, I'll level up them. You really won't go. You don't go in too far. I haven't actually seen that film. I read the book, I think, but not seen the original. There's a bunch of films now, isn't there? Not seen any of the films. I feel like I might have seen like a bit of a lot of them, but not finished any film. How long have I streamed today? I've streamed like fucking almost 6 hours, dude. Not even Gene Wilder one? Yeah, that's the one I want to see. Yeah, I really want to see the original. Is it like 80s or 70s? It's an old one, Gene Wilder one. That one is. I know that one will be great because I do love Gene Wilder. Gene Wilder's a great dude. Was a great dude. Very great actor.
Be sure to tell me if she's a servant to me.
If I do, I suppose I'll ask Matt.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's changed in here. When I told her about the towns, nothing seems to have changed very much. 1971 apparently. Yeah, I figured it was going to be old, yeah. But I wasn't ready to commit to the 70s. Actually being in the early 70s is a big surprise to me. That's an old film, though. That film? Wow. Is almost 50 years old. Damn. That's fucking crazy. How mad is that? No, wait, it is 50. Yeah, hang on, no, it's 51 years old. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, I was mathing weird. Jesus. You don't like that? I wasn't thinking about it. I was like, oh, it's 70s, that's 30 years ago, dude. No, man. 71, that's a 51-year-old film. That's astonishing. Actually blows my fucking mind. Can I just jump off here now? And like double jump to catch myself. I think you can. Just don't do what I just did. You do change the time actually when you die. Oh fuck! Another thing to not do is don't drop intending to double jump. You only get a double jump if you jump. That's what happened there. I walked off because I wanted to double jump. It's not the kind of game. Alright, so what I want to do then is first drop here, jump here. Sure. Oh fuck, I'm fine now. I did see this though. I didn't see first time around. Is I can drop down here as well. Sorcery is and incantations. Actually, I can probably use some sorceries now, can't I? Because I have the prerequisite tool, and I'm fairly sure I have some spells. Once I get 1,000, I can buy one. I don't know if I have enough info for one though. Stop, stop, stop. I tried to dodge, but it's not letting me. Asshole! Stop! Oh my god! Dude! These bats are pricks, man. No two ways about it. The assholes. Don't like them. Should I just ignore them? Oh, staffs. Like a little roly-poly ball. I'm gonna assume that was probably nothing. What is that? I think it's like a barnacle. It's sucking in air? Why is it doing that? Oh, so I can blow poison. I see. Okay, it's like a mollusk. Wait. 29 souls. Oh, I got a big golden rune from it though. Okay, so I got no souls from it, but it did carry a big golden rune. Very nice. Because I think 5. Golden rune brackets 5 is quite a lot. Are you just always gonna drop that one? I'm not sure what the debuff is. That the red block debuff? I don't know what that is. I wonder if it's part of any of my stuff. No. Nope. Nope. Nah, nothing really going on. Weird. So this should be a bonfire somewhere around here. There you go. Hey, what are these crystals? Glintstone fire. Hello, and I got some friends. It's gonna rest the enemies back off from me. Don't have to worry about them. Nah, still don't have any spells. Yo, are you some sort of learned source? No, yo, that guy. I remember you.
You're new around here.
Oh, you're not the same guy.
My little nook. No matter, no matter. Your money's as good as anyone else's. Why don't you take a look at my wares? Oh, but don't ask me how I got my hands on them, eh?
Nomadic merchants. S-Dock! S-Dock is best oak. Lantern. I want your stuff very bad. What was that? My souls. You can have my souls, dude. It wasn't as much as I hoped. Very close. I need to kill some things so I can get to the best stock. How much is an eagle gonna get me? 6. Did I go up? I don't think I went up here. What is this? I could use a map of this area, man. I don't suppose these fellas have got a map. Would be very, very useful. Don't you dare throw that urn at me, buddy. Fuck me. Run. Oh, Jesus. I think I have no choice but to block him. Without, like, risking getting hit by a lot. Oh my god, he's so shit, dude. He starts a swing, but the attack part doesn't come until like a second afterwards. Let's get a best stock. Oh, hang on. Oh, I want that as well, man. I need 1,000 souls. That's a big, big difference. It's heavy, though. S-Stock is heavy as well, actually. Damn. Deathstalk is heavier than my spear? I actually got a deload. Yep. That's about right. Sure. Yep. Ooh. That all feels familiar. And what you got? Impaling thrust. That's the same shit. Standard. For every one of these thrusty weapons, I suppose. That's this exact same skill the spear had and the rapier had. And if you run... Yes. Lovely. Don't throw shit. Can't see anything, man. I'm lost. Nope. Fuck me. I felt like those parrots would have hit someone. Dude, lay off me. Well, riposte friend, please. God, look at the recovery on that. Do like a big poke, big committed bloke, and I'm like, just like, nah, actually, I don't think I need to recover from that. I get to move again right afterwards, actually. It's sick. Nothing new. Oh, hang on. Soft cotton. Temporarily reduces fall damage and sound. Okay. Just put the cotton on your shoes so you fall softer. Not with the souls I wanted. Where does this lead? Oh, this leads back to... Is that a church? Yeah, it is. I don't suppose I can like unlock some sort of shortcut or something. Because I don't remember there being a way down here from the church. I guess that's one of the things I miss. I do feel like I'm missing things just constantly. Oh, there is just a fucking path down here. It has a graveyard. Damn, there is. Yes, I did a huge roundabout way to get to this way. Sheesh. Ooh, okay. Guess I just deloaded all of that from the cache as soon as I left here, actually. Damn. Right, I would like 500 souls, please. I don't think that's a big ask. How would I go about getting those souls? What sort of enemies have we got here? Fuck are you? Like a flat person. It's a few souls. That's something. Still need a little bit less than 400. It would make a huge difference for me if we got the souls. I'm gonna need to build some more endurance though. Well, no, actually, I'm using a lot of endurance right now on a crossbow, because the crossbows are so fucking heavy. I don't have to carry this thing around because it's not doing too much damage. I'll just put it on if I need the range damage, you know. Which will come up. I do feel like the range weapons are quite useful in this. Just because the range weapons are better than usual. Oh, nice. Very, very nice. See, these maps are actually so nice to find. Because they really I feel like if you don't have a map, even though you kind of see-ish where you're supposed to go, I feel like you get a much better idea from what's going on around you, the map. Do not approach the giant enemy lobster. The fuck are you? Oh. Cast some miracles at me. Stop that. Very violent. If we get any more stamina, I'm actually going to be able to attack with this weapon forever. Look at the stamina efficiency on this. What the fuck is that? There's some fellas in there. Yeah. Oh, that's what you are. You're mounted. That actually didn't even do that much damage to me. So this is like a scuffed Shrine of Amana run. But nowhere near as bad as Shrine of Amana. Thank fuck. That place is horrid. Yeah, because these guys have very similar spells, but their aggro range is not as good. Oh, you got a better version of the spell though, didn't you? I'm extremely wary of smoke attacks in these games, man. It's bad news to see a smoke attack like that. Wish the crossbow fucking hit something. Okay. God, that feels bad. Got him. Smoke just looks like it'll fuck you up. Absolutely it does. And I know what kind of history From Software games have with smoke-based attacks. I know they are very likely to make you miserable. Not for just that fight, but for hours. Potentially. Potentially forever. Depending on you know, what you find out. If you don't know how to solve your smoke-related problems, maybe you get a problem that you'll never be able to fix. Because you just don't know how to. So I'm not touching that smoke. Because I know it could make me really sad. Ooh, just cast a spell on me. You. Oh, there's so many of you. They slightly adjusted the backstab. Oh my god. Backstab noise is slightly chunkier than me. Oh, stop that. Chunk. Yeah, I think it's the same sound, but they definitely done something to it. Really scared of this water. It's really hard to tell how deep it is before you're very close. Where's the giant enemy lobster? I'm very of using fast travel actually, because I know I might like have shit tons of like lag and loading afterwards.
Not
How heavy is this gonna make me? I'm medium load still. We're good on. Oh fuck! Oh, that's the price you pay. It's got no skill on it. This is a shield that's 100% block, but it ain't got no parry. So if I'm gonna have to use a parry, I'm gonna have to use a shield that's gonna not block all the damage I block. Buddy. How can you actually make my horse stumble by pushing it? You're a little guy, come on. What is this? Why are you channeling it? Oh no, it's not channeling it. It kind of looked like because of my camera angle that that enemy was channeling this portal. The unit of the light. Okay. It just dumped me in the middle of nowhere. There's a bonfire though. That's a seal! Okay. This is where they practice magic done. But I need some kind of key in order to bypass the seal. Reading this. Simple map. Check image. It even lags while in the main this inventory menu, by the way. That's why sometimes I get like scrolling suddenly. It's because it's not lagging. Cleanston key. It's in that place though. The west of the castle area. Is he here? Where's that thing? Oh, where is this even actually saying? Where is? There's some islands. There's some sunken ruins or something. There's a castle. It has to be like here. It's around here. It's east. It's northeast of me, I think. Ooh. Ooh, it's not too often happens, but it feels like death when it does. What's their magic block on this? 47. You are so annoying. I can do this at least still, even if I can't parry. Actually, that is pretty fucking beastly. With the S-Dog as well. That was so fast. A lot of points. I do go heavy from it. This thing, how much points you got? Oh, it's like 16. Yeah, I'm paying a lot of. I'm getting a lot of points by paying quite little. Blue white wooden shield. Blue white wooden shield. What sort of resistances you got? 63. No skill. You're garbage. You are actually garbage. I guess this is the sort of buckler you'd want if you don't want to parry. I guess that's the purpose of it. But unimpressive stats for kind of how heavy it was. It was 2 weight. It was heavier than the buckler. Barely had more defense and no skill. Yeah, if you have if you really want the buckler for some reason, and you really want to use your weapon skill, there you go. That's a shield. I forgot to actually do the fix. There is some sort of performance fix you can do that people have found and posted. But I didn't actually do it. I should do it before playing my next session. So this is possibly the game running at its possible worst for me. Oh yeah, I did also make the game just run at its recommended settings, actually. That's the other thing. I haven't like customized the settings at all. The fuck? Shit. You're turning so fast, dude. Oh my god. This is hell. No. No urns, please. I needed to turn around, man. I see your weakness. I just needed to turn around. Yeah, let's piss off. It's not going away. I don't need to go that direction anyway, actually. That's where I came from. That's where my bonfire was. Really weird that I found a teleport to just get here. But what's a crit to my stock, actually? That'd be interesting to see. Because the rapier had higher crit. Ah, so the stock is definitely just a better weapon than the rapier, but it does have less crit. No, piss off. Oh, it had trouble tracking me when I was like right on top of it, basically. But that sounds risky. I don't want to do that because try to do that because it's doing anything. That sounds like it's gonna get me killed trying to do something like that. It's a cool zone. Levels in general can be really beautiful and interesting looking. Hello? I remember one of you. The Scryers.
You. Please. I can read them. You. Oh, bless you. Oh, Michaela's favor can be yours. Slaughter. 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 all hearing slaughtered. But alas, it was for naught. But all you need do is snatch it from the big pot.
That's something. Some information.
Pity the poor, poor fool.
She pities the fool. That's gotta be the castle area there on the map, right? It is a good time for a break for me today, I think. I think I'm gonna go here. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours now, so I'm gonna just chill. I'm gonna just chill for a little bit. Seems like they did a really good job with the world design. Absolutely, it's gorgeous, and it feels like it blends together really well. There hasn't been like a weird like transition between each zone where it's like, oh, this was really jarring, or this area felt kind of empty or pointless, or anything like that. It's full and detailed and with life, and also just brimming with stuff all around. Like, back here, it told me to go north. At the very start of the game, they told me to go north. But I left behind stuff, man. At here, I could have turned to east. Right outside the tutorial, I could have headed to the island to the west here. There's some stuff to the south. Even here, I could have gone to the east. There's like stuff happening everywhere. The traveling around doesn't feel like a slog either. That you got fast travel, that's really convenient. You got the horse. The encounters feel great. I've enjoyed the bosses I've fought so far. They've been great. This is definitely like an impressively good game. And the only thing that's kind of holding it back right now a little bit is the performance. And I assume now that the game's out, that's the main thing they're going to be working on. Is making the game run well. You really want to play it now? Yeah, go ahead. I mean, why not? You don't have to play Dark Souls 2 and 3 and Bloodborne and Demon's Souls Remake and Sekiro, Armored Core and Kingsfield and Shadow Tower and Shadow Tower 2 and you don't have to play all these games before you get to Elden Ring. Feel dead today? This game has extremely little to do with Dark Souls. Extremely little. The main thing is, if you know the mechanics in Dark Souls, and then you know what to look for in this game. I knew that if I found S-Stock, I would find a weapon I'd like. I knew that, you know, if I level certain stats, what do I get from that? You know, endurance, I'll get my stamina, I'll get my equip load, that sort of stuff. And I knew that, you know, just the stuff like that. I need to attune my spells at the bonfires. I got an Estus flask. I knew, that sort of stuff is like consistent. But like, otherwise, it's, you know, it's a totally different game. And you don't even have to play Dark Souls in order, actually. There's no reason to play them in order. I mean, Bloodborne came out before Dark Souls 3. That's all. So, most people played Bloodborne before they played Dark Souls 3. That's the other thing. But yeah. If you do want to play all of them in order, that's alright too. And you will eventually get a better game than I'm playing right now. It's gonna be DLC, probably, right? Most likely. I think there's been DLC for every one of the From Software Souls games except for Sekiro. Sekiro got a boss rush update for free, but no content updates. But Bloodborne got a whole like DLC as an area, like a whole extra area as a DLC. Dark Souls 3 got 2 whole areas of DLC, 2 extra whole areas. and like weapons, bosses, spells, everything. Like a whole expansions. I shouldn't be calling them DLC. They were expansions. So 2 expansion areas. Bumbling got an expansion area. Dark Souls 1 had an expansion area, but that's included with the game now anyway, so it's hardly counts as DLC, because there's no way to buy Dark Souls anymore without the expansion, unless you're buying it for the 360 or something like that. Like really old versions. Dark Souls 2 got 3 expansions. So there's probably going to be something to this game at some point. If you delay it, there's going to be more to play, and the game's just probably going to run better as well. You might have better hardware, might have a better computer. Yeah, it's alright to wait with playing. There's no need to play it on release. It's a pretty sick game though. I enjoy this game. This is a very good game. How have I been playing it now? I have played literally every FromSoft game though. I also played every DLC, I played everything. So there's very little I haven't done, and so like the only game I haven't like 100%ed is like Sekiro actually. I haven't seen all the bosses in that. Yeah, I think if it sounds alright for you to do whatever, honestly. You can play with the games in order as they came out, or you can just jump in on Elden Ring after like playing Dark Souls 2 or whatever. There's no wrong answers, basically. What level am I? 21. I feel like I'm not really powerful right now. My weapon's just not upgraded this thing. So I'm not doing a whole bunch of damage. But yeah, there's been no... I've been searching and I've not found any upgrade materials and stuff. I guess next time I play this, I'll find out. Who knows if I'll stream more of this? I might. Like, I'm having an alright time playing this and streaming as well. I've kind of decided today with the stream, I was just like, whatever happens today, anything I'm doing in the game right now, I'm doing for me. If I want to sit for an hour and fight this dumbass invasion, I'm doing it for me. I don't care if it's like bad for stream or bad for production, but I'm just doing it for me. So that's actually made it a lot more chill for me to just stream this, because I'm just playing the game as I would have anyway. So I might stream this at some point again. If it's a stream day though and I'm playing this, if I'm playing this on like a Sunday or Tuesday or something, no, probably like a Tuesday. If I'm playing this on Tuesday, I'm probably not going to stream it because I'm going to stream later that day anyway, right? By the time I'm done, Elden Ring will probably have DLC, so it'll fit quite well. Yeah, probably. I mean, Dark Souls 3 is a huge game. I can't tell you how long the games are though by my play hours, because Dark Souls 1. In Dark Souls 1, I have 388 hours. Dark Souls 2, I've got 77.4 hours, and 62 hours in the Skull of the First Sin edition, so I got 100 hours there. And Dark Souls 3, I've got 452 hours. Sekiro? That's just 56 hours, 57 hours. Bloodborne probably is similar, so I got a shit ton of hours, so I can't even tell you how long it'll take to play this game, just because I just do like hundreds of runs in these games. I love them. But you'll get some. So much either way, the Dark Souls model of games seem really friendly to stream. Yeah, they absolutely are, for sure. That's why I figured I'd stream it as well, because like, it doesn't really matter what you see and don't see of the game. You can just jump in at any moment to kind of like get caught up, because there's no fucking story. The story is you start in one place and you're trying to get to another place, and that's it. That's really the story, and the journey is the story. So there's nothing to get caught up on. You just see what's happening right now, and you just make a story from there. So I think that's what makes it work alright for a stream. So it makes it chill for me as well, because if I know there's tons of Elden Ring streams out there anyway, so if I decide not to stream bits of it, it doesn't matter. I'm just streaming whatever I'm playing with Dark Souls, and it's fine. Story just like you experience in the game, yeah, for sure. I mean, there is world building out there. There's tons of world building. George R. R. Martin wrote a ton of world building for this game, supposedly. Like this game was pitched as like a collaboration between George R. R. Martin and From Software. There is a whole bunch of stuff in there. I guess like he wrote like, in this land there's this wizarding school, there's this castle, and there's these folk, but they're suffering from this and this. I guess probably stuff like that. They did like world building. I can't really say much though about what's going on, because I have no fucking idea. I'm an untarnished one. I woke up, I died, and I woke up. And I'm trying to find the Elden Ring, because that'll make me the Elden Lord. that's kinda all that's happening right now. Not any more complicated than that. It's time for me to chill out a bit, stretch out a bit, and take it easy for the rest of the evening. So, yeah, cheers for hanging out for stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope you had a nice time. And I'll see you around. Take it easy. Good night. Bye.